found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas and we have wonderful guests. Now, I'm going to run a little clip for you before I get started, because we have Kerry Cassidy working on some technical difficulties. So anyway, I want you to see this little clip. The link will be in the description of the video, and I think you'll find it very interesting. Okay, I'm going to make it big too. So, and let me start it, and here we go. Let me get back to where we go, and let me take this off. By the way, all information is in the description, and also another video. I really encourage you to watch it and check this out, because it's worth looking into. So with that being said, let me remove this, and let me bring on our internet icon, Kerry Cassidy. Welcome, Kerry.
Hi. I'm sorry. I've been having, I don't know what's wrong with this. I did this restream yesterday or the day before, and it did work. But right now it's I guess I'm online and you can see me, but it's not allowing me to use whatever kind of camera I normally use. So whatever, if you can see me, then we're good.
Yeah, I can see you. You're good.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Just hold on one second.
No problem. That's okay. Some people will probably find out that you're online, and they'll want to be there to hear.
I've got these blinding sort of lights going on. Okay.
Well, so happy to have you here, Kerry. Things are crazy.
Thank you.
Really crazy. I'm so tired of this so-called movie. And one of the things that you always talk about is bringing out the truth and transparency. And I'm going, oh, please, thank you for saying that as often as you do, because it's so necessary. It is really necessary.
Thanks. Okay. Happy to be here.
Well, I'm wondering, you know, they've been saying this for the longest time, that we have pending martial law coming. And I don't know. I was kind of under the impression that we already were to some extent, but I suppose they can clamp it down further. I don't know.
We're not under, I live in California, but there's no martial law here at the moment.
I haven't seen any here either that I'm aware of.
Okay.
What about I heard that there's a bunch of FEMA barges docked at Gitmo. Do you know anything about that?
There's a bunch of what?
They call them FEMA prison barges.
Well, I mean, they're FEMA camps. Barges, you mean on the water?
Yeah, in the water. Yeah.
Oh, well, that was a rumor going around quite a while ago that they had prisoners in on the water in boats, whether they're barges or not, I don't know. But anyway,
Mhm.
I I don't know if that's actually real or not. I mean,
Yeah, I don't either. I thought maybe you might, but that could be from because I've noticed some of old information is coming back up. Like I remember in New York when they had, I think they had the Mercy ship and so on. But anyway, moving right along, it's not. I don't know either. I was just thought if you had heard anything new and different in that regard, uh, but. What do you? I also heard that starting today there was supposed to be. I mean, I hate dates, but debt forgiveness or a jubilee. Do you know? Have you heard anything in that regard?
in regard to a jubilee,
Yeah, debt forgiveness for everybody.
right now, no.
Um, this year, maybe.
Well, I mean, we're right in the middle of the battle, so to speak, and so I I don't think anything really like that would be happening as long as the dark side is still um, holding their ground, so to speak, and they are definitely, alive and well, so to speak, because a lot of these horrible things are still going on. I guess you know that there's Cliff High has predicted a big event
On the 15th.
for July 15th. And I just got off a show with Brad Olson
Oh
talking
yeah.
about that. I did talk about it a little bit on a couple other shows and we'll continue to talk about it. So if are you aware of all of that and you know about the remote viewers that have looked at the Cliff High material? Have you been following all that?
A little bit. I have an idea about it. I understand there's supposed to be like an explosive event, so to speak, and then I think there's going to be something done by both sides, the black hat.
Well,
I haven't.
I mean, the way it works is that if they, if one side does something, the other side does something. So at the moment, we have UFOs that are supposed to be part of this sky event that Cliff High is predicting. The way he sees it is only like a spike in the people that his web bot is basically scouring the web for our reaction to and our dialogue in an everyday way. So I don't know what span of time he scours it for, like if it was the past month or the past year, but he has gotten a huge spike recently and is predicting it's 13 times the 9/11 event, and that it's going to be talked about well into 2025, and that people are going to have a shock. It's a shocking event. So I have followed all of the different remote viewers, what they're saying, because they remote viewed. These are the very world known remote viewers who have an excellent track record of predicting things and of getting hits
Yeah,
on things.
pretty amazing. Yeah.
And so that's Dick Algeier and his team called Future Forecasting Group. So I'm a subscriber over there. So I've watched all their videos, and he did a video with Cliff High discussing their results of the remote viewing of the event. They're basically 6 remote viewers, and they all seem to have seen more or less the same thing, which is there's a UFO involved. There is a planning, advanced planning around a sort of a conference table type thing, military, I think. They're also talking about a hit on the Earth, so it's some kind of target on a building or I think possibly a military base, and so they're seeing an explosion that hits the ground, and then they also are seeing multiple um, projectiles hitting this target, from what I understand, which could be bullets or it could be rods of God, as they're called. There's multiple, explanation for that kind of thing. And there's also, um, as I say, going to be a very shocking accompaniment to this. So if and when it happens, if these people are right, then this event will happen, and it is supposed to change consciousness. So they're calling it a world uh, changing event. So
Wow.
that's a pretty
Okay.
substantial statement.
I'll have to watch it. I haven't seen it. I have a tendency not to watch Cliff because he tends to be so negative, and anything that's spiritual, he just kind of poo-poos it.
Right. Well, in this
Um,
case, it was because he's claiming it's 13 times 9/11. I think there's a
mm.
reason to pay some attention. I'm
Well,
saying.
no, I think based
And
on what you
he
said.
was very accurate in predicting 9/11, let's say. So
Okay.
the web, and if it's not him, it's actually us.
Yeah.
So it's the web bot is gathering data from us. Then he puts it into various buckets, one of which he calls woo, and then what he does is distill it down to see what type of conversations we're having online. So everything is online. The web bot doesn't look at us like if we have a conversation that's not online, it's not tracking that. So basically, it's a tracking and tracing software that is all about tracking you on the internet. So everything you do and say on the internet, it may pick up. And
Wow.
so apparently, there's enough dialogue and enough consciousness focused on these dates and some event that has a shock and awe value. And so this is what we're looking at. So I'm
Have you
doing this
gotten
group
any
with
inklings
people
on it
about.
yourself?
Sorry.
Have you gotten any inklings on it yourself? Because you're very perceptive about these things
Thank you.
also.
Well, yes, I've looked at the data, and I did have one sort of precog dream about it, which I'll explain in a minute.
Okay.
But the bottom line is that I have seen a UFO or UFOs involved, and I actually think what it's going to be is Battle of LA kind of thing, where the UFOs are shooting and targeting something, whether it's a military base, which I think is the most likely candidate. Now, a lot of the remote viewers got NORAD, and so it could be at NORAD literally, or NORAD could be involved, and that the actual place this takes place could be anywhere in the United States, even in Hawaii or wherever. But the thing is that I was in San Diego over the weekend, and I was touring the ships in the San Diego harbor, just for fun, a tour kind of thing, and with a friend of mine, and basically was called by another friend who is a military guy who lives in the San Diego area, who reported to me that people on the beaches in the harbor area or somewhere around there were seeing a UFO that landed on a ship in the San Diego harbor. So this might have been a foreshadowing, as we
Mhm.
call it, event to what is going to happen. But what in taking all the remote viewing testimonies, so to speak, and cross correlating them, what I see is a Project Bluebeam type battle
That's what I was wondering.
in
Okay.
which we're seeing actual UFOs shooting at the United States at some, base or building on a base. And that would be shocking, okay? Because we talk about UFOs, we see them all the time, but since the Battle of LA, they've never actually talked about actual battles between us and UFOs. And then the idea here is that this is planned by a military. So in theory, the UFO will be driven, in essence, it'll be one of our reverse engineered UFOs. And it's going to be involved in this battle. So
Wow.
I have to say that it could be, I know it's a funny way to put it, but they could hire an ET group to participate. So it doesn't have to be one of ours, it could be one of theirs shooting at us. And there could be a battle. We could witness a kind of a battle with a UFO. Or
That would be pretty shocking for people because
I
most
think,
people don't even think
yeah,
that
because
there's
they don't
ETs, you know,
accept that idea.
or
And
aliens.
this would be a precursor to a Project Bluebeam sort of drawn out event that won't just take place in one day, but it will be the rollout of the Project Bluebeam, which is a kind of alien invasion scenario, albeit it's supposed to be fake and CGI, but I think it's going to have aspects of reality to it. Number one, we were just talking online. I was talking with Brad Olson about it. And the word is that the aliens that they're going to use are insectoids who have volunteered to be part of these battles, to let some of their members be killed, literally killed, and that there will be about 100,000. This is a long-term Project Bluebeam scenario, 100,000 humans killed. So it's not all that fake if people die, as you can.
No, it's not. That's a lot of people dying too.
So there will be some mixture of fake and real going on. So I don't know if that's what's going to happen. All I know is that the remote viewers had points at which they all six coincided. Again,
that's pretty amazing.
NORAD was featured, a UFO features, a battle of some kind, a hitting of the earth with some kind of projectiles or missiles even to a building. So there's some kind of military event that seems to want to take place during this span of time, which is the 15th and 16th of July. But admittedly, when remote viewers view something, the time could be not accurate. So it could happen several days later, even several days earlier. Cliff High says that he also says the timing is not necessarily accurate. It could be a few days off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it can be months off. I think it has to be close enough if his data is as accurate as he claims it is, which is again the WebBot data.
Okay. Would remote viewers be able to see the difference between CGI versus the real thing?
It's a good question. There's often issues like that when they are looking at something. I think they would think that they could tell the difference. I'm not so sure they can, because I can tell you, for example, they have a remote viewing of Biden, and I don't remember exactly what the topic was related to Biden, but they don't seem to see that he's an actor. Now, I don't know. I have a theory on them. One of the things is that they're not telling us the whole truth, that they are actually reined in by the military who watches over them. They used to work for the military, by the way. Several of those remote viewers actually worked for the military. They also worked with Courtney Brown. And I think they're very closely watched by the military. And so they're actually under constraints not to share exactly what they know. And so if they knew Biden, for example, is an actor, as most of us know now, even they wouldn't say it, because the conventional audience out there doesn't know that.
Yeah.
So they talk in terms of what they know, what people know and agree on. They are not going to tell the real truth. And that's a problem, okay? Because when you have those constraints, then you come to this incident. And what other things are they not telling us?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I always look at that kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, so Farsight was basically getting, as someone had mentioned, getting a lot of the same information that Acquire was, I think, anyway, in that regard.
Farsight also has problems in this area, in my view. Now, I don't know if it's because of government oversight or military, oversight, or because of their own, discretionary choices where they don't want to tell you the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Mm-hmm. But I have noticed that they are actually, they can be sort of off on certain topics. And those are topics where the people that are in what we call MAGA, we know quite a bit of the real truth of what's out there, whereas the general populace do not. So these shows, as they are geared to people that are not necessarily MAGA, but are part of the general population. So they cater to that perception,
Oh,
unfortunately, in my view.
yeah.
They're
Yeah.
afraid to shock people, which is kind of
Why?
insane.
I mean,
If you have a shocking event, then you better shock them now and wake them up as to what it could be, rather than keep quiet and have the shock like a double shock. But nonetheless, I mean, this is kind of what we're getting. And I mean, we have to sort of thank, if it happens, Cliff High for giving us a heads up, a
right.
warning of a kind. 107 is also saying he has been predicting for the past year at least a major event. He says we're now almost on it. He is using some of Cliff High's data. He talked to Nino just recently in an interview. He referenced Cliff High's data.
Mhm.
So he clearly seems to think this coming event may be the event he is talking about.
Ah, okay.
But it's hard to say, and there is some extenuating circumstances I just learned about because I hadn't been paying attention to the Vatican, who has
I haven't
done
had the
now
meeting lately.
a press conference just in the last day or two, I hear. And they
Oh,
are
wow.
trying to convince people that, I don't know whether it's Jesus or just that aliens are, under God's rule or whatever their deal is. Now I haven't watched it, so but they're trying to get their 2 cents in. And one would wonder, why would they all of a sudden want to, out of the blue, want to do a press conference unless they were actually tracking what Cliff High is tracking? And you can imagine they are.
Yeah.
So what happens with Cliff High's information and the Vatican is that the Vatican, we were told in Camelot, this is many years ago, that the Vatican wanted to be in charge of disclosure. That's what we were told. And so they will go to all lengths to command and control the narrative, if you will, because they have a vested interest in keeping their audience share, in the narrative.
I
And
can't imagine them having any transparency, though, or even knowing what that means.
yeah, well, they are run by the reptilians, so I don't trust them as far as I can throw them,
Thank you. I don't either.
actually. And I don't know why anybody would trust them, but the reptilian in overlay is all over the Vatican. All you have to do
Yeah.
is look at
The
it.
snake. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really diabolical. But
It is.
then so is drinking the blood and eating the
Oh,
body
God.
of
Yeah.
Christ. I'm sorry to
Yeah.
say, but that is,
Yeah.
this is literally what they tell people to do. Why people
I
have
know.
fallen for this for so long, I have no idea.
I know that. I mean, talk about a satanic ritual, you know.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So this is
So,
what we're dealing
yeah.
with, though, that we're dealing with a human population that is severely, I guess, limited and dumbed down by actually religion in general, not just the Christian religion, but all religions.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
spirituality is one thing. I hope everyone has that. But religion is a whole different thing. It's a
It's man
control
made.
mechanism,
Yeah.
as you know.
Mass control. Yeah. Yeah. I believe me, I have my um, indoctrination
Oh,
and
all
got
right.
past, got past it, thank goodness. But anyway, somebody, Tim said Pope on a rope. That's funny. That's kind of funny. Do you know anything about this Prince Edward Island sightings? Have you heard anything? Somebody wanted to let you know about that.
Uh, King Edward Island? No,
Prince Edward Island
Prince Edward Island. Where is that located? Is it near
in Canada.
Britain?
Prince
Canada.
Edward Island, Canada. Lately,
No,
I live here and I've
a
seen,
recent sighting or something.
yeah, that's what she said. She says a lot of UFO sightings over Prince Edward Island, Canada. Lately, I live here and have seen some stuff myself.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've seen dozens of UFO sightings of my own, and you can see them any night of the week if you go to like places like Tahoe or the Sierra
Sedona,
Nevada. and you just look at the sky at night. Watching UFOs go by is very easy. It's crystal clear. If it's not foggy, or I mean clouds, then you can see tons of UFOs. And actually, Courtney Brown and his remote viewers are filming them on a regular basis. They use a certain infrared photography, I guess they are, and they can capture the craft on you know camera.
Let's see what this one. I have somebody. Where'd it go? I'm trying to. Someone was talking about orbs, but there was something else I wanted to bring. Do you know today's just off the cuff? Today's Tesla's birthday, July 10th.
Very good.
I just read
Cool.
that today. Yeah.
I just found, I was doing some investigation and found that Tesla has actually built, back in the day, he built a communication device to communicate with aliens on other planets. And it's actually,
Oh,
I
wow.
think he called it the Tesla phone or whatever it was. And anyway, and he was a great believer in, ETs, and I think that he also had contact. So
I got that impression too.
I think that's really wonderful. I knew about his ET contact, but I didn't know that he made a device. And he says, at least in this one book, a quote from him is that he thinks one of the most, or the most important thing we can do as humans is communicate with other planets and other beings. So that's lovely.
I think they might be afraid of us. The way they're willing to throw around nuclear weapons, but all that will be stopped. But J Thought is asking, how will the human eyes react to seeing insectoids? There's a freak out factor that you can't always work through.
I'm sorry, I'm missing what is the question?
The question is, how do you think will human eyes react to seeing insectoids? There's a freak out factor that you can't always work through. I mean, if you saw a huge mantid, for example, or a huge spider,
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that that's part of the shock and awe value of using them in this Project Bluebeam. If you have been paying attention, our youth have been taught online to battle aliens, and a lot of times the aliens they battle online are insectoids. So if you look at Halo, the Halo series, or you look at Ready Player One, there are dozens of different sort of books and video games and all of that that kids are trained on to battle aliens out there. So a lot of times the aliens they battle are insectoids, as it happens.
Yeah, I haven't done much in the game department, but apparently they use scenes from games and everything in the fake news. It's crazy.
Someone's asking about the Miami Mall. I just happened to see that there.
Go ahead.
It's my theory that the tall whites might have helped with that operation. That actually what we're witnessing here right now on Earth is a movement towards this blue beam event, and that there has been a gradual loosening up, you might say, of this secrecy surrounding UFOs. And the UAP Congressional Oversight Committee meeting that happened and was televised a year ago, about August, I think it was, with Gresh, David Gresh, and a number of whistleblowers and members of Congress. If you remember and you watched it, then that was another sort of a disclosure on the part of the government. So it seems that there's a gradual loosening up. It's not great. It's still quite covert, but I think they've been moving in that direction to try to wake people up gradually in preparation for this shocking event. So perhaps, you can put those elements in there. We don't know for sure what this event will be. All we're doing is sort of looking at the data that the remote viewers came up with.
Okay. There's a question. Let this question here. I know that I saw this too. You're going to be in an event that's coming up in Tucson.
In Florida.
Tucson. Oh, it's in
Oh,
Florida.
Tucson. Yes, I am. The Tucson event, as far as I remember, is in the end of September, but I am actually next weekend during this, over the dates of the 14th through the 18th, I will be in Florida at an event called the Full Disclosure event that speaking there. So I fly in on late Florida, late on the 14th, and it's in St. Petersburg, Florida. So Tampa is the closest big city and airport to that area. So I will be there.
Okay. Were the remote viewers able to pinpoint any kind of location, like West Coast, East Coast?
Okay. Well, it seems to be a bit of a concentration, definitely on, at least as far as I could tell, on the United States for one, on the West Coast. One of the viewers got a body of water nearby. Again, when I mentioned NORAD, so if you think the target is NORAD, then it would be Colorado, obviously, where NORAD is located, Cheyenne Mountain, right?
Oh, okay, wow.
But NORAD was very involved in the Lahaina situation. So NORAD is our, sort of where our military to protect, the United States, and also in terms of the, what they call the nuclear weapons, the suitcase nukes, all of that is under the purview, I think, of NORAD and, of course, the president, but not the Biden show, but Trump. So Trump has the codes, as many people have been told. He said it, numerous times. He has the suitcase, as they say.
Wow. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh, somebody was asking, was Miami real? Well, apparently, if they had a deal with the whites, it was kind of real.
I think that, like I said, I think it was an operation. I just have a theory that the tall whites might have been part of it. Now, when I say the tall whites, I'm talking about the beings that are located in Indian Springs area of Nevada that dealt with Charles Hall, and he's written several books about that. There's actually a great video online that I put on my Telegram channel, a link to it, because it's called Walking with the Tall Whites. I think that's the title, and I highly recommend it. It's got great information. You get to know Charles Hall. He's a wonderful man. I met him in person. I tried to interview him, but his wife prevented him from doing the interview many years ago. So I am a fan, actually, of the tall whites. I think they are inherently good beings. I think they're no nonsense. I don't think you want to mess with them, but they are not the beings that get blamed for things to do with the Nazis. They're absolutely not those beings. So just clarifying that. Now, someone was asking, I saw in the chat there, about the earthquake possibility, that that could be an earthquake. Well, it could be, although there are planes in the sky, there's some kind of battle element going on, and there's, again, some kind of projectiles that hit Earth, which doesn't really sound like an earthquake. Now, there could be a side event that's part of it that is a triggered earthquake. It's not impossible. I can say that I had a precog sort of vision. My vision said that that the event's not going to happen until after I get back from the conference I'm at. So I get back on the 18th, and when I'm returning, I was in my dream. I was walking in my door. I was talking to a friend of mine and joking around and saying, "Okay, we're back just in time for the earthquake." So that is a dream I've had, and I am a precog. I have seen my dreams come true. For example, I saw the Chinese invading their troops coming into our country. At the time that I had that dream was so many years ago, I thought I was crazy. I thought that would never happen to our country. See how wrong I was. But actually, so the dream was right. So I
Yeah.
do have dreams, but you know how it is when you have a dream. You have to either interpret it, and then you have to know whether you think it's true or not, and so forth. But one thing I've noticed about sort of dreams and visions I have is that I don't really get a choice in whether they're true or not. I don't, it's not up to me. They just either happen or they don't. So I've seen enough things happen that I've gotten precog information about that I pay attention to my
Yeah,
dreams.
there you go. Yeah.
Although this one about joking about the earthquake, what it seems to tell me is that the event, I think, is not going to happen yet until like on time. It's not going to be on time, but I could be wrong. It just seems to me that why would I have a dream about maybe an earthquake making a joke? If the event had happened, you would think the dream would be about talking about the event. You know what I'm saying? So, but again, it's
Yeah.
hard to say. With dreams, it's hard to pin things down. So all I know is I'll still be alive
Well, that's a good.
as of the 18th of July.
All right. Somebody's asking, does Kerry believe in the med beds? And if so, are they coming via the military on the heels of the lockdown?
Yes, and I have some recent information about one organization that seems to have the real stuff. I think there are a lot of fakers out there that aren't really delivering at the moment. Um, but I think that they're never going to let people have real med beds until they decide until the group that wants to eliminate, you know,
The
nine
bad
tenths
guys.
of the population of planet Earth are gone. You can see how they would not want you to have a med bed, right? Because they want to kill people.
Right, right. Definitely. I've thought about that too. Or even age regression. So they're going, oh, why, why would they
Yeah,
want
that
that?
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
the
that's just,
last thing they want to do is make it easier for people to be healthy.
yeah. Yeah, they're doing a great job of brainwashing and poisoning.
Yeah,
Which is,
it's still alive and well for the moment. People want to know if I believe in flat Earth. I do not. I believe that. I definitely. Well, I know that the Earth is round, but I understand that when you move from 3D to 4D, 4D is visualized as a never-ending horizontal plane. And so I think this is where the problem with people's conception of what the earth really is. Now, I do believe that there could be an area beyond Antarctica that we have not been allowed to, see and to know about. So I think that that's very possible. I think Admiral Byrd probably knew about that.
okay, let's see. Somebody just saying, this is just kind of funny. Little bugs freak me out. I cannot imagine what can happen to me if I have a mantis in front of me, a heart attack for sure. But anyway, uh, that's why I wonder when we're going to get the truth about, more about child trafficking and the real reason all this got started.
Well, the more information comes out to expose the dark cabal, the more it's going to be exposed as to human trafficking and child trafficking and alien trafficking of humans. So recently I was talking about how insectoids are depicted. They did a remote viewing, Courtney Brown's group, which is farsight.org or farsightinstitute.org. Those remote viewers, and again, these remote viewers are pretty much experts and they get things right. They're proven right. So they have remote viewed the insectoids lately, and what they saw was insectoids are abducting humans. They put them on a table, they do some kind of genetic engineering of them, maybe even lobotomize them, because then they send them to outer planets and other star systems where they work like manual
Slaves.
labor. They don't rebel. and they just live like that. And it's just a horrendous scenario. But this is what the remote viewers were shown. And this is what these insectoids are hard at work at. It's incredible.
Wow. And that, yeah, I've known that the mantids are mind control. They're good at that. At least that's
Right.
what
But
I've
when you
heard.
talk about insectoids, that's not the same thing as mantids. When usually the terminology insectoid does not refer to mantids, they kind of are in their own category.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I would have thought they would be. So what are we talking about though? What kind of insectoids though might we be
I
seeing?
don't know. Some people call them ant beings. There are other
Oh,
kinds
okay.
of insect types.
And spider, what spider?
Beetles, ant beings, various, you can think of lots of different insects, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying that mantids are considered not part of that category.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Hmm.
Because that's the first ones that came to mind. Okay.
Well, maybe in your case, maybe you have had some dealings with them,
I could be.
so that's what you relate to.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, I don't know if you want to go here or not, but this has been out there, and I'm sure you've heard it already. There's that talk that Trump died already, and he's been replaced.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about Kim Gorgan, I have interviewed her, also spoken with her offline, and I did certain kind of questioning to really determine who she was and what she stood for and
Yeah,
so on and so forth. And I found that she was working with the dark side
that's what I thought.
and that she is also she's working with one general in particular who's on the dark side, and she is not reporting the truth. So I do not believe that Trump died. I think that's a lie. I think it was floated out there to, distance people from him. And I do believe that he has a double. I think he's being carefully guarded in NORAD most of the time.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
I
me
think
too.
that what we're seeing a lot of times in court and so on and so forth, and during the debate, by the way, that was not the real Trump. And it certainly wasn't the real Biden who's dead. So,
Yeah, I couldn't watch either one. I couldn't watch it anyway.
I mean, our world right now is I mean, not to mention just the United States, but we're kind of a laughing stock. I mean, the whole
Small wonder, right?
it's like an insane asylum out there, really.
It's embarrassing. Do you believe there are currently death sentences being carried out at Gitmo? Real raw news.
Executions, you mean?
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
I
sure that's
do
what you
think
mean.
occasionally real raw news has real truth. I think that you can listen to Gene Decode. He was a submarine, um, military part of the military on the submarine for a long time. He has gone into great detail on some of the executions and the rescuing of children from underground bases. In order to rescue children from underground bases, a lot of people don't realize that our white hat military has to battle reptilians because they're in charge. They completely have a lot of control over the underground areas.
Yeah. Do you? I don't know if you've ever heard we the People news with Mary. She talks about Commander Valiant Thor,
Yeah, that guy's a poser. He's not real. He's not the real guy.
the one on. There's one on Telegram that they claim is the poser, but the one that she talks to is not supposed to be. So maybe they both are. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't buy it.
You don't buy it. I know several other people that don't buy it ever either.
Yeah.
Uh, Somebody's asking if I'm still on YouTube. Well, I tried to get back on there, and I do have one channel there, and who knows when it'll be taken down. But oh, I forgot I was going to take it off. Well, oh well. I know they don't like Kerry very much, but you've gotten some back on YouTube, haven't you?
Yes, I was banned from YouTube, not because of my interest in and pursuing whistleblowers talking about secret space programs and aliens, etc. That was all fine, but they did give me strikes the minute I started interviewing during COVID, the alternative doctors. That's when I got all the strikes and got banned from YouTube. But
Yeah.
I created another email address that's unrelated to my normal ones, and finally started another YouTube channel. And I am using it now to go live, actually, and to do shows. So far, they're leaving me alone more or less. I did get one strike already.
Sounds
That
like me.
that strike was actually pretty funny because that was a health professional. They hate you to talk to really good health professionals,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And he has an excellent version of C60. And if you go on my website,
Oh,
you'll
is that
see,
Gretzky guy?
yeah, Gresky.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get back to him. I talked to him for a while
Yeah,
too. I really
he's
like what he
excellent,
said. Yeah, he is.
and very knowledgeable about C60.
Yeah.
And so I'm an affiliate of that. So it's on my website. The lower half of my website has several ads, and those ads are all products I'm using, people I've interviewed, and so I vetted all those ads.
All right. Um, because we were talking about this, what class do whales and dolphins hail from? And uh, Juan Sabin said something very interesting about shark attacks all along the East Coast, like they're being more aggressive. And
Supposedly, yeah. Well, that could go along with the incident that is being, that we've been talking about. They are saying that it's going to permanently change sort of the frequency of humans. So there might be some, and effects that are already at work among humanity and on the ocean. So it could be that
interesting.
they're being triggered by this, whatever this event is going to be, because animals, of course, as you know, they're precogs by
Perceptive,
nature,
yeah, they are.
and they do know when something's wrong. And I can say that, I do think that even now, okay, that I've been observing behavior for the last 3 or 4 days over the
Hmm.
holiday and such.
Yeah.
And I noticed that people are acting really strange and driving completely
Oh my
crazy
God!
in
Look
the
out for the other
area.
guy. Yeah.
And
Right.
I've actually been thinking that perhaps they are being affected in a sort of precog way, because the premise of the web bot is that we're all precogs, that we're all psychic, and that we get information even when we don't know we do, and then we talk about it, or we tend to talk around it, and this is where the web bot information comes from. So it comes from us.
Wow. And we're much more perceptive than most of us realize.
Yeah, I think humanity is. Apparently, prior to 9/11, there was plenty of people that were getting dreams and visions of what actually did happen.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. I always listen to people. I don't see, you know, they don't have much of a reason to lie because if they're wrong, they get discredited. So, you know, not that everybody can be right all the time or anything like that, but
Right.
after a while, you get build up credibility based on the number of times you're right. So, what was the other thing? Now, you said something about it affecting the frequency or vibration of the people, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We are a field. Okay, so humans have a field of resonance, and if we're all resonating to some inner knowledge, you can imagine where the vibrations will go out like in a pool, where you drop a stone and the ripples go out. So waves go out. We actually can generate scalar waves, and that means healing scalar waves and also detrimental scalar waves. Some of us are better at this than others. It's called chi in Eastern philosophy and China, and in the West, it would be called orgone. It's also called in India called Kundalini energy. It's a kind of a plasma that we exude, and as I've talked at length about this, but younger people have more more of it than older people that have lost a lot of their their
Electricity
connections
or
with,
voltage, maybe the
yeah, in
bioelectric
a way
field.
it's a
Yeah.
biofield, yeah. So it's natural that we're resonating, we're bouncing off each other, okay, in this field of resonance right now, this group that we're talking to, and then the people that'll watch this as it goes out. There will be waves of people, and they are going to be resonating also with it. So it's not limited to time and space. That's one thing. So this is what's kind of happening, and I think it's very interesting. There could be indicators before the event actually happens where you see aberrant behavior on the part of humans around you. So I would encourage people to be a bit careful, okay, and maybe not get people around you angry. Try to, you know, be in a safe zone, whatever you consider that to be, as best you can, and so on and so forth.
I definitely would agree with that. I was wondering, do you think, I heard something about there was going to be an event that was going to be triggered by the black hats, but then there was going to be a counter hat event triggered by the white hats. But what I'm wondering is, whatever happens, do you think it will put people, I mean, it's going to be shocking, right? But after the initial shock, is it going to increase compassion and love, or is it going to be more fear, do you think?
Well, generally speaking, you could say that initially, if there's a lot of fear and shock, that's going to, it's sort of like
Avoid.
breaking through a barrier, and that could lift people into another zone. And they could actually have, you could even have some Kundalini activations happening, but you can also go the other way, and they may sort of like run and hide, and they may retreat from people, and so on and so forth. So people are going to react differently to anything that happens. Um, I can say that eventually, if there really is an event similar to what I'm talking about, I think it could be an awakening event, and therefore it could increase people's understanding of what it means to be human, at the same time realizing like not to be so ego centered, because I see this a lot out there, thinking the earth is the only planet that matters and all this nonsense. And there's actually, scientists have now found there's billions of earth like planets. So to be so completely obsessed with being human and being on earth is, in my view, insane. So awakening, broadening your horizons, anything like that can be sort of an enlightenment ascension type of event.
Have you, Holly is mentioning how the Congress is lobotomized by the lobbyists. This is true. Glad the Chevron deference was passed and get those three letters out of our head. I mean, I think it's more than the three letters. There's a lot of federal agencies that could be affected by this Chevron thing, but how that's going to manifest, I don't have a clue. Because wouldn't it be different for each agency is going to just act like everything's the same as it's always been. Do you have any perspective on that?
Well, I was reading about that. I did put an interesting, what I thought was a good overview on my Telegram channel. You know, I post to articles and things that I agree with, things I don't agree with on my Telegram. I also post my commentary of any given day. So I'm constantly posting to my Telegram. If I'm going to do a show, I post it on there. So if you're not
Hmm.
following my Telegram and a subscriber, then you're not going to know when I do a show or anything. So if you're interested in following my work, I highly recommend that.
Telegram.
And it's linked on the front page of my website. My website is projectcamelotportal.com. So as far as the Chevron situation, I think it's a very good thing that that has been eliminated. at this point. I hope it stays that way. I think that I think it is that I forget which agency it's really going to impact. Maybe it's the SEC, not sure. But anyway, it has everything to do with whether or not they actually have to go to court over their cases or not. And because it does, I guess it might throw more power to the courts. If the courts are corrupted, that's a bad thing. If the
Yeah.
courts are
They are
going to
corrupt.
become uncorrupted, then it's a good thing. So it could be a white hat move to in anticipation of having courts that actually do work. But right now, up to now, I think we've had a lot of corruption in the courts. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
that's
They don't
very
work.
obvious.
Yeah. They don't work on behalf of the American people. It's, I've seen this in court so many times. They will always rule in favor of the corporation or,
Right. But all
the
of this
business
has
or
to
whatever.
change. Otherwise, we're not, the white hats won't be successful. That's the bottom line.
Right. I agree. Okay. Somebody is stating if this is, there are 13 major underground cities interconnected with maglev trains across the world underground.
Yeah.
That's true, isn't
Tons.
it?
Tons. Yeah. I wouldn't say the exact number is known, but yes.
Okay. Now this is I've seen some of this. Have you seen the David Quigley guy and his book out Stolen Identity? He claims he is
Okay. He's an
JFK.
MK Ultra victim. He's a plant, and he is not JFK Jr. by any stretch of anyone's imagination. He is purposely a mind controlled victim that is, I think, positioned because they are worried that John F. Kennedy Jr. is actually going to come forward soon, which I dearly hope, because I know who, 107 is JFK Jr. I have a page on my website that explains all that, and shows you the photographs, and you can make your own judgments. I don't think that Quigley guy looks even remotely like John F. Kennedy Jr. or like Jackie or like JFK. So, you can be the judge. If you want to believe this guy, go right ahead. I get a definite no on him.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. What? I don't know what that was. Oh, I don't know. This is a compliment to you, I'm sure, Kerry. Been watching your channel for over 15 years. I've learned so much. I appreciate you for everything you've done for the community. Thank you. That's why I love to have Kerry on too, because I
Thank
think
you.
I feel the same way.
Thank
And
you. I really appreciate that.
and I always appreciate your perspective. I like to hear it. I'll have to watch the video you did with Brad Olson. I believe he lives out here where I'm at.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard anyway.
Okay.
Oh yeah, here somebody's bringing up. This is what I was talking about. We just already covered that about the Restored Republic by Judy Byington and Valiant Thor. I've had a lot of people question me. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, you have to listen to your own sense of what resonates and what doesn't. And you do need to take time to develop those abilities. So you might not be right in the early days if you haven't really explored your own understanding on those levels. But eventually, the longer you sort of test it and then find out whether you're right or wrong, the more you can sort of hone your skills in that area. So actually, I'm gonna put. I don't know. Is there a way to share my screen?
Oh
Does it
yeah,
allow me to do that?
yeah. The third one from the left, or the third one,
Oh, the
fourth
plus.
one from the
Is it?
right. Yeah, yeah. Well, no, not the plus. The share screen is the one that has like a computer on
Okay,
it,
yeah, I think I've got it. Let me see.
and then it'll bring up all the different windows you have open, and you just got to pick the right window that you want.
Now, okay, so can you see that?
Yes, and I can turn it here. I can bring it up.
Okay, so I wanted to draw people's attention to this page on my website.
Let me bring this.
Can you see that? I don't know if this is showing up on the screen there.
Let me take.
Okay, great. So
Yeah.
on that page, if you scroll down, you will see, for example, 107, lots of pictures of him. But this is actually how 107, there's two 107s. One has blue eyes, one has brown. This is the brown-eyed one, and he is wearing the disguise of the fat stomach, the Santa Claus beard. You know, he's wearing a mask, and he's got two pairs of jeans on. This is how he goes into public. Now you have to. It is so obvious. This is a disguise, and not a real person. And if you don't realize that, I think you have to be deaf, dumb, and blind, frankly. But this is how he looks, and in a certain sense, he's basically kind of having a bit of fun with the audience because he has to know that he looks absolutely absurd, and and that you can see through his disguise very easily. But a lot of people are really dumb, and they don't seem to want to know that he's real and that he's who he says. Now this is a real picture of him at the Patriot Double Down. He decided to pare down his disguise. Here he's at the Patriot Double Down. Here he is. And you can see the comparison between him and when he was young and when he was older. I interviewed him, in case you don't know that, once. And after that, he said he'd never do an interview with me again because I have the power to get people to tell the truth, and he would violate his security oath if he did so. So I have a lot of details on here to educate you. You can watch him at the Double Down on this video. You can really educate yourself. There's so many details that you can follow and see what's what. It's all on this page on my website. So I just wanted to share that. And
Yeah, your website is a wealth of information.
yeah, and you can go there if you want to know.
It's like I don't know what to pick when I get there sometimes. Let's see. I was just going to say.
So I just have to say that I can't stay on too much longer because
Okay.
I did an earlier broadcast and I
No, that's fine. We got an hour in already too. If you
oh
wanna,
great, okay, yeah. So I maybe just a few more questions.
Okay. I'm trying to find a good one, but and read quickly. It's tricky.
My website is projectcamelotportal.com, and it's you can just do a search called Project Camelot and you should get my website online. There are some fakers out there. Like right now, there's a fake Facebook page that has 2024 in the URL. Obviously, I've been doing this for 19 years. My URL does not have 2024 in it. It's the official
mine's a
Project
couple
Camelot. And see the logo? That's my logo. There's also a fake or two Telegram channels. They're fake, lots of fake YouTube and fake Rumble channels. But usually you can always tell a fake from a real one by the number of people that go to it. So I have like, I guess it's something like 94,000 on my Telegram. So any faker only has, some minimum amount of stupid people that believe it. Same with the Rumble channels, same with, the YouTube channels, that kind of thing.
Somebody is saying that a remote viewer by the name of Matthews Radio on Rumble, claims that benevolent ETs put a band or wave of positive energy around the earth to help raise our vibrations. Do you have any insights on this? I hadn't heard that.
Well, that's pretty general. So
Yeah.
I am not going to say it's true or not true because it's just too general. I mean, good ETs, yes, try to help us in various ways. They're not going to fight the fight for us, however, so you have to remember that. Just like with a child, you can't walk for that child. The child has to learn to walk on its own. So it's important that people realize we're not going to be rescued tomorrow by anyone.
Okay. Somebody is mentioning that they've noticed a lot of aggressiveness in people lately. I also read somewhere that we're going through, everybody, the collective is going through like a dark night of the soul. So that could be why. Maybe
They're going through a what?
dark night of the soul.
Oh, all right.
The
Well, you
whole,
could call it that, I suppose.
yeah. I know there are people that call it that. I suppose there's any number of things you could call it.
Benjamin Fulford often has very good information. Occasionally, he's off. I did an interview with him in person a long time ago. It's still on my website, and he freely admitted that he was under the control of the triad, what's called the triad. So he is also not a free agent. So he can't say anything he wants. And if they want him to put out information in a certain direction, he probably has to do it. So I would be careful.
Mathis is asking, Chevron opens up the technology release. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know what you mean. That's kind of again a general statement. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
General technology release of what?
Yeah. I didn't think it was related to that. I think what it's related to is that the agencies like CDC, FDA, those agencies, they got to dictate to the courts how the courts should rule in the lower courts and bigger. And now because of that they took that away, that it can actually, the lower courts can override whatever their recommendations are. But since the lower courts are so corrupt too, I don't know. I don't have much faith in the courts. I really don't.
Right.
I've seen too much.
No, Pascal Najati is definitely not JFK, and anyone with half a brain should know that. JFK, even if he died, well, it depends what point of view you have, but JFK, in theory, a double might have been killed during the Kennedy assassination. We don't have complete verification of that. But I can tell you after interviewing Pascal that he believes that John F. Kennedy, the real one, lived to an old age, to in his 80s, and died maybe a year or two ago. That's where he gets the idea that his soul jumped into Pascal, which is not reincarnation, nothing to do with it, and is absolutely absurd. What he does have is a dark entity that has taken control of him, and it's calling itself JFK because Pascal underwent a shock. He was part of the elite. He couldn't believe he was being deceived about the jab, and he took the jab because of family pressure or whatever. And I think he had a shattering of the ego, which is when a person allows other entities to come in. I've warned him about this, therefore he hates me now, although he said he loved me after the interview, strangely. And then he has since basically let the entity take control of him. And that's a very dangerous thing to do. And this is a dark side Illuminati takeover. This is a possession.
Okay.
The actual Pascal is a good guy, I think, a good-hearted guy, but he is taken over by a dark entity. So be very careful.
Okay. Well, filing charges the way, that was one good thing that he did. He filed charges with the Swiss government against, because they put out the jab. That was a very good thing, I think.
Probably prior to when he was completely taken over. He started calling himself JFK.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Do you believe there will be an EBS that lasts for days?
Yes. I mean, I think in theory that is part of the plan. However, we've waited so long for it that it's kind of hard to believe at this point that it's ever going to happen. I don't see how Trump can go into office without it, okay, on a certain level. I actually agree with Juan that our election probably will be postponed. I think when Trump gets into office, it's going to be by way of the military. I do agree with that. So I don't think it's going to be a conventional election. I think there's going to be some issue, whether it's this event that's going to happen, that's going to change things, because when you go into a war footing, even a war with aliens is still war. And that's when it comes under, it's what will happen is they will reveal that Trump is already still president, that the military basically voted him in March of 2021 after Biden was given a funeral of the inauguration. He was dead. He's been played by actors since then and doubles. And basically, Trump is the commander in chief. He has the nuclear codes, and he will be revealed as the current president and under those circumstances by the military.
Do they just think people are going to go bonkers when they find out that he actually won the 2020 election?
Yeah, they do.
Hands down.
Yeah. There are a lot of crazy people out there that have no clue whatsoever what's really going on. Okay, now I actually need to go.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you very much for the interview. I'm glad I got online because it was looking a little dim at the beginning.
Okay. Well, it's been a pleasure having you, Kerry. It always is.
Thank you.
And thank you for your information and intel. And maybe we'll see you again sometime in the future.
Absolutely. And you take care, Gail.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hope.
We get into our diamond rank. Our MC of the call here today, Tere and Mary Camp. He went from diamond to double diamond and now triple diamond. Now this happened in the same month. This is outstanding. And for those of you that know Terry and know his heart and know his commitment and the patience he has, and how, watching him read a room and read the situation and be able to adapt and teach and train. I had the privilege of accompanying Terry to South Africa, where he did an amazing training in Johannesburg. It's just incredible when you have leaders like this that you can partner up with and know that they have a vision for the Lord and a vision for everybody's success. And Terry is certainly an example, and we're so proud of him and Mary, of how they've contributed. A lot of the things that we do as a company, you might think it's the company that comes up with this. Well, let me tell you, it's our leaders that come up with this, and the people in the field. And this is a partnership. This is not the company making decisions and this is what you do. This is a true partnership with our leaders in the field that know what needs to happen to keep people involved and keep them excited. And we're just so pleased to have Terry as part of our diamond. And there is a lot more. We have several diamond ranks. Terry has committed that he's going to hit all those diamond ranks. And so we're just so proud of him and Mary, and thank you for being here with our company and choosing to partner with us. So big hats off for Terry, and you're going to see a lot more of him and Mary coming up. So thank you so much for that. And with that, I want to hear from some of these folks that have some great success stories with the fix. So I'm going to give it back to Terry so we can go through that. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Randy. Appreciate that very much. And I'm really excited about what we have going on. And really what we've got is just a whole plan that's come together. God has just blessed us immensely as a company. And we've got a product that is rolled out that literally people are seeing amazing results with in a very short period of time, even though those are things that no one's making any claims that everybody's going to, you're not going to come in here in 1 week, lose 45 pounds. Okay, that is not what we're talking about. I just want everybody to know. So the statements, we're going to have a couple of people share what their results are. Their results are because it's their results. These are real things, but the statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These are not products are not intended to diagnose, treat, or cure or prevent any illness or diseases. Okay, that's not what's happening here. The testimonies you're going to hear are for informational purposes only. They are actual experiences from the product users, and that's why they're sharing them. So always talk with your healthcare provider for any questions. Individual results may vary. All right, so just understand that. So we're going to have got a handful of people that are going to share what has happened, and some of these are really quite amazing. But I want to start with Angie Carr. Angie is a gal that jumped in about 3 weeks ago, and so Angie, if you could please unmute yourself and tell these folks a little bit about your background, because that's going to be helpful, and what has happened, specifically what you and I talked about yesterday.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, everyone. So I have to first say, I'm going to share today strictly my personal testimonial based on real experiences, but results may vary. This testimonial is not endorsed by MPG. I'm sharing this testimony simply because I'm a huge fan of the product and it works for me. So I have to say that first, but I want to say, I guess with my background, I was a nurse for about 20 years, and it wasn't until my own story of healing from autoimmune diseases and a lot of conditions, I decided to leave my job and focus more on wellness and healing the body naturally. So I have my own wellness business today, more holistic. And this company definitely aligned with me and with God because of everything you guys represent. So I'm definitely noticing changes in my body from just not eating as much, like eating half portions, taking away cravings away, like not craving any bad foods. It's really, I guess, changed mood, and I feel like more energy. Like I haven't done anything different except this. So that's why I'm saying that. Dropped 5 pounds in 9 days, which is, good start. But something really amazing just happened to me the last couple days I want to share. I get into like different kinds of stuff, and I was doing this bioenergetic testing. It's a machine that detects energy and imbalances in the body. And I've always been told I had gut issues my whole life because of autoimmune. And anyway, I've been working on it really diligently for the past 6 years with digestive enzymes and aloe and a bunch of things. And it seemed like I always still kept having issues. Well, when I got this test done the first time before SNAP, it showed gastritis, a bunch of things going on in the stomach. And then a few days ago, I did it again and it totally cleared up. There was no evidence of ever having a gut issue, leaky gut, gastritis, like it never happened. And I was freaked out. Then I got the SNAP fix and put it on the machine that tests different supplements and things like that to see if this was actually good for my body for me to absorb it. And it said green, which is flying colors on this machine. So she said, this is excellent for you. You are absorbing this. This is good for you. Your body's accepting this. And I thought that was big too. So I'm blown away by just seeing the evidence from a machine, bioenergetic testing machine, and myself with how I'm feeling. And I feel like this is really going to be good for so many people, not just with fat loss, but health stuff too, that I run across with my business, and I'm into other stuff as well. But this has got to be the biggest thing that I know for sure.
Wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, Angie. That is just outstanding. You got evidence there. You got the equipment that measures it, monitors it. And so it's really tremendous that you're able to see that specifically with that. So thank you so much. Look forward to all the lives you're going to change because of the following that you have and the influence you have in the marketplace.
Thank you so much.
You bet. All right. So she's over on the East Coast. Let's go over to the West Coast. And Rachel Grubb, I know you are on here. If you are able to unmute and share again the story that you have, and it's been again evidence because of equipment. So are you able to unmute and let these guys know what's up?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for having me. What I'm going to share this morning is strictly my personal testimony and based on real experiences, but results may vary. We're all different, so we're going to have different experiences. This testimonial is not endorsed by MPG. I'm sharing this testimony simply because I'm a huge fan of this product already and it works for me. My story kind of changed a little bit because I have some similarities with Angie and we're in the same group. So I've had autoimmune issues for quite some time, and I had weight issues and just going on with my stomach for as long as I can remember. But about 7 years ago, I started a weight loss journey and it just kind of always failed. And then a couple of years ago, I took one of the diet shots and I ended up getting gastric paralysis from it. And some people have great results with it. Some people, it's just not a good idea. So I was talking to Dr. Carson, who was on a few weeks ago, and we were speaking, and he said, this also helps with the vagus nerve. And I, for the past couple of days, have been feeling completely different in my stomach, like where, because I've been on an enema bag for the past, I say, couple of years, a year and a half now after the shot. Every day I had to, because it's kind of sucks, but it is what it is. But when he told me this, I was like, wow, I'm feeling very different, and my bloat is completely gone. So I went and weighed myself at the gym to start this first so they could see the difference of where I started with this. And so in about a month from now, I'll go back and have them weigh me and see what my body fat is. But, everything really has changed a lot in the sense of how I feel, like the brain fog. I work a medical job, so I'm up super early in the morning. So the other day, it was probably the hardest I've worked in a long time. So my brain fog is really lifted. So it's not just really about just losing the weight or losing the fat. It's really about an overall health situation with regulation of blood sugar. I do have a lumen, so I'm not sure if people know what that is, but it's kind of kept me straight with my journey with my weight loss. And I've been blowing 1 through 5 is kind of where you blow into this little device, and 1 and 2 is where you're going to be burning fat. So it's a good indicator when you wake up in the morning what your metabolism's doing. So I've had a regulated metabolism in 9 days. I've dropped 5 pounds, but I've also lost a lot of inches with my clothes. So I can fit into some of the clothes that I could never fit into 6 years ago. So it's a short stint, and I've been doing this for quite some time, and the results are very different than anything I've ever taken before.
Awesome. That's awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Rachel. That's great. Love to hear that stuff. It's like these are tremendous things for people and gives a lot of people hope. So thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
All right. And then we got another one, Karen Ford. We know that Karen is out there and she's experiencing the product and had some great results as well. Karen, are you able to unmute and tell these folks what your experience has been?
I am, and thank you so much. And myself as well, guys, I'm going to share with you this morning my own personal testimonial. And it's based on the real experience that I have had, but the results may vary for each individual. This testimonial is not endorsed by MPG. I'm simply sharing this testimonial simply because I am a huge fan of this product, and it's worked dramatically for me. On July the 1st, Terry, I started using the product. I had heard that we were launching a up to 9-hour fat burn, and I really got excited. I'm 69 years old, and I've struggled with my weight for many, many years, and seems like the older I get, the harder it is. But today, when I got on the scales, I was down 6 pounds. Guys, that's an average of a half a pound a day.
Nice.
How it happens, I don't know. All I know is I'm caught up in the moment, and I know that I can change so many people's lives. I've lost 3 inches in my tummy.
Wow.
Guys, beyond thrilled. I do 2 snaps a day. I have just started adding 1 snap into my morning slimming coffee that we have here as well, and 1 snap in my fancy drink before I go to bed. I said, why not go to bed, and for up to 9 hours, I can burn fat while I sleep. So I got so excited. I get more excited every single day because the stories keep coming in from the field. But guys, why am I so happy? I believe now I can offer people a sip of hope, a sip of faith, a sip of confidence, a sip of determination, a sip of freedom to have the health that we need. We can get our health back. Freedom to have the financial blessings that the scripture says he wants us to prosper. I believe that. I believe it can happen for you and me and every single person that is part of our company. Terry, thank you for having me on. I've not been this excited in many, many years. I know we're getting ready to change the world, 1 snap at a time.
Amen, sister. Praise the Lord. All right. Love that stuff. That is awesome. All these ladies out there fixing the fat. That's what's going on. So got one more that we're going to share, guys. And again, a gentleman that has had some great results. So Brian Holmes, if you could please unmute and share with these guys what your experience has been, please.
You bet, Terry. Thanks so much, man. And I apologize that I don't have the proper words here at the front end, but I will say that this is my story, my testimony. Certainly MPG does not represent that, and your results may vary. I have been on a journey, much like Karen mentioned a moment ago, for many years of trying to get myself not only in shape, but to get a lot of excess weight off. And it is a struggle sometimes, but I tell you what, we've been doing such a wonderful, I guess, job at that with some of the products that we've had here at Marketplace Global. And this has been a game changer. I went on vacation with my wife to Colorado about a week and a half ago. We spent 9 days in the beautiful mountains. And when I'm on vacation, I tend not to eat as healthy. I told some folks the other day that I might have had 1 or 10 desserts while I was gone. And but I enjoyed myself. We had a lot of fun and a lot of pleasure eating out and being together and what have you. I expected to have come home having gained some weight. I really, really did. And when I got home, I jumped on the scales. I was down 4.5 pounds. But the bigger thing was, I noticed while I was on this trip that the pants that I took with me that fit me perfectly fine the day that I left, they were getting quite loose. I'm talking about over 9 days. And when I got home, I was like, I took my belt off, and this is a little bit crude, but if I stood there very long in the same spot, I wouldn't have had to do much to get those off. And I said, well, I'm going to just try something here. So I got in the drawer that I had there, and I pulled out a pair of pants that still had the tags on them, a full size down. And I'm telling you, there's no way in the world I could have even come close to have buttoning those a week before. But that day, I didn't just put them on to try them on. I wore them. I've been wearing them all this week. And so I'm just really pumped. I'm shocked. I'm amazed. I'm excited to know that there's something out there now that we can use to achieve our goals. And as Karen said, become more healthy so we can go out and fulfill our purpose with great energy and great strength. And it's just really exciting.
Awesome. Appreciate that. Thanks so much. So congratulations to all you guys. And look, there's lots more. We've got lots and lots more, but that's not what this morning is all about. We have some amazing things to share. If you guys have a testimony, though, we would love to hear about it right there on the screen, myfixstory.com. Please, 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 please submit your testimonies. Please submit them. Just go there. You put your name, email address, there's some information in there, and tell the story. Here's why. This is like the biggest clinical trial ever existing, because we got thousands of people that are out experiencing a product. And if we've got scores of people experiencing the same thing, that tells us something. So take note of how you're feeling, your digestion, how's that going, your energy, all the different things that may be changing that you may notice since starting on Fix, including, of course, fat loss. And this is what this
Nothing kills more people than chronic disease. It's all preventable if you just get rid of this stuff. Heart attacks, strokes, colon cancer, prostate cancer, any cancer. It starts when you're a kid with waffles, pancakes, syrup, pizza, spaghetti. If you want to have an idea how much visceral fat you have, you can take a look at whether you've got love handles. You don't want any. You want to push back there and just feel skin and bone. So the more you have, the more visceral fat you have. The more visceral fat you have, the more inflammation. Nothing improves a human being more than getting rid of visceral fat. And I'm a 60-year-old who's been practicing as a physician for about 3 decades now. So my specialty is health and performance optimization. And who in the world would be better at determining what really improves people than a physician who specializes in that? And I got about 10 years of experience, really 13 years of experience working with people to improve their health and their performance. So visceral fat, belly fat, is critically important. It's probably going to be one of the top, if not the top, most important thing that you're going to learn in your lifetime. Yeah. So first, there's a little bit of confusion about what is belly fat, because most people's idea of belly fat is when they grab their fat in their abdomen like this. But that's really not the fat that is as detrimental and harmful that we're going to be talking about today, which is visceral fat. And visceral fat means it's fat around the viscera or your organs. So really, it's fat deep in your abdomen. And in fact, it's invisible. Unless you get an MRI or a CT scan, you cannot see deep belly fat or visceral fat. So maybe what we should do right at the outset, I like to show people in the audience where visceral fat is and what it looks like. In many cases, it's their first experiencing it. So we're going to do a scan. I'm going to show an MRI through a human being in what's called the transverse or axial plane. So it's basically a slice, through your abdomen like this, and it creates this image. It's kind of like a pizza. It's a image unaltered, and on an MRI, fat shows up as white, and muscle and organs show up as dark, and so does bone. But what we're going to get into is not all fat is the same in the human body, even though you might think it is, and all your life you've thought it is. But let me set it up this way. The difference between the different types of fat is like bricks and clouds. One improves you and protects you from disease. The other one causes disease. I mean, they're completely opposite. And so stay with us in this show so you can learn about those things, and you won't have to play a pen. What is visceral fat? It's this white stuff in your abdomen. The white stuff on the outside in the periphery is the pinch the inch type of fat, what you grab hold of in your belly, that kind of fat. That is called subcutaneous fat. Sub, just below, cutaneous, the skin. So we painted in this image up here yellow, and visceral fat we paint up here in red. But these are the muscles. They're called the obliques. This is your six pack. If you ever wanted to see what your six pack looked like in an MRI scan, that's it. And these are the psoas muscles that makes up your core. If you do a core workout, surrounding your vertebral body, which is your spinal column, your bones in your back. And these are your muscles in your back called your erector spinae muscles. And those are really important because they keep your spine erect. So if you're somebody who looks at old people who walk around like this, and little old ladies will look up, hi sweetie, how are you? And how are you doing today? Good to see you. And you don't want to look like that. Then you don't want these muscles to fall apart. And what causes them to fall apart? What we're going to be talking about today, this deep belly fat, visceral fat, because it causes visceral fat to be deposited into your musculature, and then your muscles don't work good. And it's not just you get a crooked spine, you can't really use your muscles, even to the point that you cannot get out of a chair without help. And eventually you can't get out of a chair and you're stuck in a bed and wearing diapers. So nobody wants to end up like that, but so many people do because they don't pay attention to what's happening inside the body. So the most important thing you need to pay attention to when it comes to your health is your visceral fat. Because if you can eliminate that, you can eliminate chronic disease. Now, how do I know this? Well, because I've studied it. I'm an MD, I'm a physician researcher. And my funding for that study came from the National Science Foundation, where they provided us $1.2 million to research the reversal of chronic disease. And if we're going to research the reversal chronic disease, we needed metrics, targets to go after to figure out what is important, what's relevant to reverse chronic disease. And what we settled on is the single most valuable, important target to look at is this deep belly fat. Now, if you kind of heard about deep belly fat, it's sort of out there and it's grown in popularity, but I'll tell you where you didn't hear from, your doctor. And the reason is because we're not trained in medical school on this type of fat. So I learned about this about 15 years after being an MD from another physician who figured it out on his own by doing MRIs of the back. He kept studying all the disease in the back. He noticed the ones that had the worst backs were the ones that had the most white stuff around those backs. And he goes, there's something to this. And he started studying, how he could get people's backs better by getting rid of this white stuff. Then we found out that, through our research, that it's associated with everything. And in 6,000 human beings that we studied for the National Science Foundation, we followed their visceral fat and their chronic disease, self-reported what disease they had. And in many cases, it was also observable on these MRIs, but a lot of disease you don't necessarily see in the abdomen, maybe like joints and other areas, skin, eczema, psoriasis, bursitis, whatever, headaches, migraines. 6,000 people, all the chronic disease that they had either got substantially better or went completely.
It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And my wonderful guest today is one of your favorites, Jenny Lee. So let's bring Jenny Lee the Seer on and see what she has to tell us.
Hey,
Hi, Jenny. How you doing?
good. What a week, huh? A
my
Monday was
God.
not a normal Monday, all I have to say. It was an active Monday, actually. So
Well, things have been crazy for sure.
it has been. So it's been, and I think with things rolling out, I mean, everybody's responding. And like I've been telling people not to look on the news, not to pay attention to news because it's all trigger.
Okay, I'm sorry. Somebody was trying to call. I forgot to turn off the phone.
So trigger, it's all to trigger you. It's all to get you to pay attention to something when there's other things like we talked about going on. So we never know. I've said this before. It's usually 2 to 4 days after something else has happened. They put in front of you, and then you really find out what was really going on. So I don't think that this week is going to be a week where there's just one thing that's going to happen. It's going to keep rolling out. Like tonight, there's going to be something else that's going to roll out. So
it's going to accelerate things.
Yeah,
things are accelerating.
People have to get to a point where events, whether it triggers you one way or it triggers you another, you kind of got to get your shield up and go, these things are going to keep occurring, like the weather. Things are changing, and we're in this process, and it's dismantling phases. It is not a date, an hour, or a time. It is a checklist that things are done. So,
alrighty then. Well, we could go into the assassination attempt, or we could go into your astral belt, golden astral belt, and what you mean by
let's address the. I do not believe. I believe there's others' intentions behind that. You know, it makes it look really real. But I don't, and I'm going to tell you, I don't believe that was Trump. Anyway.
Oh, no, he's not out in public at all.
No,
everything I've read. I wouldn't blame him. How many assassination attempts has he already had?
I know.
Anyway.
7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one time, 2 time. But come on, no one's gonna. No. So you have to look at, and this is the thing. If you were in the crowd, I was in the crowd, this was in the crowd. We all know what gunshots sound like, okay? There were too many calm people in there. They would have been. Gone.
I know they didn't duck. They didn't duck and run or anything. And going. Well, that.
You see in a mall. You see it happen in a mall when someone is shooting in a mall. People are running for their lives. Okay, there's no way. Or I mean, after you see plus your security, you're running. You're like, I'm getting out of the way. Something's happening. You're not going to be sitting there and waiting. I'm just.
You'll be ducking and running. At least that would be. I don't, unless you want to get hit, because there was more than one shot fired.
I do not believe that's him. I don't believe he's been taking those chances.
I'm surprised. Mathis is saying that Ishmael believes it was Trump. I don't either. I don't think he even comes in the public. Do you know how many times they've tried to assassinate him already?
And especially right now, we're in the verge of everything changing so quickly that they're going to push him out on that platform. They're not. No, they're not at all. And the one thing when I started this journey with Spirit, they said he's protected very well.
Not from this world.
This is not mall security, what you saw on that podium.
Yeah.
I want you to look at what kind of shape they were in. That is not. They're in top shape. The security is. I mean, it's just.
Did you notice too? You know who Vincent Fusca is, correct? Do you? Yeah. He was in the crowd. Right. He's been said to be another JFK Jr. in a mask or in a disguise, what have you. The way he stood there when this happened made no sense at all. Mm-hmm. None, not even a little bit.
Right.
He did. Yeah. See, Sherry's just saying that. That's exactly. Yeah. I noticed that right away. I think this is maybe pieced together or green screen or I don't know, but
you don't know who's there. But the thing is, in a live situation like that's live, those people would be dispersing if they heard gunshots. They're not going to stand there
and act like nothing happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just telling you, that is low rent security. If that's the security, low rent. I'm just telling you.
They were told to stand down too.
Secret Service, and that's what they say. That's the whole thing is just telling you and showing you. And then they come up with this fake vice president with a mask on. And, the whole thing is like, how much more can we take of the bullshit?
I don't know. Oh my God. Let's see what this one says here. This is interesting. Somebody's commenting about the Vincent Fusca because I watched that twice going, oh my God, he's not even reacting or anything.
No, I'm telling you, it's not. It's like it's not even real.
Yeah.
No. So
no one was hurt. Yeah. It was just Vincent Fusca was very close up front. I mean, right behind. And he didn't flinch. I mean, he hardly. I had to watch that because, oh my God, he's not even reacting. You're gonna react when you hear gunshots, and then you see the man at the podium start to duck. I mean, come on.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, this is where you got that sitting behind the plate of glass. People are not attached to the emotion. People are not attached to the whole situation. It's just like the debate when they did it. I'm like, come on. Everything's green screen.
I couldn't watch it. I couldn't even watch it. I can't stand watching Mr. B because it just makes me want to. It's just very disturbing.
Right. Exactly.
To think that he represents our country, it just absolutely makes me
ludicrous. It's completely ludicrous, but that's where we're at that level of we are accepting whatever they suggest to you. That's how well the programming is. I'm going to suggest this to you, and then you're going to believe it. That's the program. That's the problem. That is the whole issue. I mean...
Oh, this is Matthew. Mathis, this is interesting. Fusca, they say, was only 5'7" or 8, and JFK was 6'2". So how can he be?
I know.
There's a lot of that, though. I mean, we're dealing with actors, we're dealing with face masks, we're dealing with doubles, and we don't know what's what.
Right. So you don't know what your reality is because you lost perception of that reality.
They like it that way.
They have to, yeah. And so. Massive confusion, and I told you at the end they're going to take as many as they can with them. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Thomas Lynch is saying Rod Hayes and his Instagram titled the psyche. He knows that the military is heading full force. Trump's sign language. Nonetheless, it was a clone Trump. Yeah, he's not out there.
No.
The real Trump. That would be about as. I actually would feel sorry for a clone for that matter, though.
I'm going to tell you something too. The realness of the real Trump out there, you would see people come unglued. The ones that are awake and know it wasn't him. And so if it was him, you would see a different situation. We would be in a war already in our nation with something like that. I'm just telling you. Because these people would know it was real. And so I'm telling you, they know it's not. The only ones that are believing that are, this is the thing. Like I was saying, the people that were hurt there, supposed to be hurt there, you know how the journalism used to go to the hospital and figure out how the person's doing and what's their condition and all that stuff. What the hell is that? What I'm saying, our emotion, empathy, sympathy, all that stuff is just doled out. We don't have to worry about those people. It doesn't matter. It's just the scene we're putting together. That's the whole thing that I don't like about this.
It's intentional confusion. There's acting, personating agendas, timelines, and so on and so on. And you hear a half a dozen different stories for the same thing.
If you pulled away from the media and didn't pay attention to that, and you just backed away from this and watched everything else that was going on around it that you see through X and Telegram, your perception would be a lot better. But the problem is it's like a drug. Anything that we get right now, we're reacting and then putting our emotion behind it. And we need to stop doing it. You need to stand guard, look at the process of it and saying, what are they really doing right now? What's really happening? Because what they're
trying to distract us from
put in front of you is not what's going on.
Yeah. What are they distracting us from? I do know that, or they've said, again, I shouldn't say I know anything, but they recently, according to things I've read, arrested that Jack Smith guy. Mm-hmm. So they might be distracting us from the arrests.
Right.
Because there's a lot of people that need to be arrested.
Yeah, and that's a big deal. And I like I said, I say it's not, the big dogs anymore. It's these ones that are in the neighborhoods, the ones that are burrowed down. And that's the thing you need to be paying attention to. You want to pay attention to your neighborhood. Pay attention to what type of military vehicles are coming by or what they're doing or who they're pulling out of their houses. That's what you need to be paying attention to. Not that damn screen on TV. Yeah. And like today, my power went out for an hour. I called and got verification what was going on, and then all of a sudden they're saying, "Well, new system," and I'm like, "Yeah, new system." So it can take over. I'm just saying there's a lot of things going on.
Kathy's asking, so Trump is going along with this whole show. Do you have an explanation?
Okay, the real Trump was not on the stage. I think he has been hidden for a long time. Yeah.
To save himself from what they want to do to him. Because they do want to assassinate him.
Right.
They've been saying that openly. I mean, I can't
believe demons always want to take out angels. That's the way it works.
There you go. There you go. Okay, here, somebody's asking about oops, wrong one. Thanks, Sage. Kim Clementi, prophecy about Trump's second term.
It's a third.
Do you see this?
It would be a third term.
Actually, a third term. Because technically, he won this last one. He just isn't looking like he's in charge.
He didn't, yeah. It's a third term. But it's not a third term in the way it's the last one. So the last one to dismantle and go into, because he, at the last part of it, is the ambassador. And each government has gave him that position. So what I'm trying to say, his last days are to dismantle. You already see that your government is dismantled. There's nobody in Washington.
Yeah, that's boarded up. A lot of it is boarded up.
Right.
Even
so these phases are phasing out when you want to dismantle a situation. So it's and creating a new one. And that's the whole thing. We're beating such a dead horse into thinking that that old regime and the way it works is going to work again. It's not. We've outgrown it.
Why would you want it to?
I know.
No. Somebody's asking, is the real Trump dead?
No.
Do you have? No, I don't think so. Even though they have what was said to be, someone saw him, I think that David Quigley saw him taken off in a helicopter in a gurney, and it looked like Trump. But that doesn't mean that it was Trump.
Well, it could be another good stage.
This had, yeah, but 1989 is when that happened.
How many people have faked their death?
Yeah,
yeah.
Many. Yeah. Let's see. Let me say what Thomas Lynch. True, Trump is coming around in November, but I digress. I shall be in the moment and consistent like the nature kingdom. Okay. Thank you, Thomas, on that one. Kent Dunn says that lockdowns are starting tonight at 6 o'clock. Do you know anything about that?
And this is a thing. I'm telling there's a progress going towards that direction. You can feel it, you can sense it, and then it's in the energy. So I would say he is right on that. That we're going to a more of a vast progress of coming to a lockdown. Okay, so people think it's just we're going to hit a button and it's going to be done. I believe that they pull the cords of the show of the Biden show. They pull the cord of the CNN. They pull the cord of these fake mafia, and then you put in real journalism, real shows, and you guys are sitting there. It's like late at night when we were 5, and it's like, well, you get 3 channels, and all 3 channels are tribunals. That's what you're going to get. Those are the shows. There's no picking another show. That's what's going to show. That's what's going to broadcast. It has
People
to
get mad because they can't watch the regular TV show you watch.
And it's like it's not coming back. They're never, ever, ever, ever coming back. So he's right about how it's coming and how it's I think there's stages that it's implementing in regions and how it's going to happen. But yes.
Let me see here. Okay. Well, okay, somebody's saying they made it easy for digital soldiers to find all the dirt on Trump VP.
Well, purposely. I mean, he's on, and they do it. It's all sloppy. You can clearly see it's a mask. You can clearly see that. I mean, it's just, oh God, it's just, I'm sorry, but it's just getting pathetic.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sorry.
Let's get this show over and done with and move on. I think the distraction is what is for the arrests that are happening, and there will be a lot more arrests than people realize. But then the tribunals, I'm glad. I want to see them because I not that I want to see them, but I want them to happen so people can wake up and see what is really and has been.
But the problem with that is they're not watching that. I am not a part of that. I'm not accepting that. I'm telling you, the ego has gotten so high in denial that it's going to take them a while. That's why I keep saying it's the puke bucket that has to come for their reality to hit the pavement because they don't want to be wrong.
Wow, that is so difficult to admit that you were wrong about something.
That's what I'm saying. They
Wow.
don't want to admit they were wrong.
That's
So,
a big ego problem, that's for sure.
everything about 3D pushing a president, everything about it is weak right now. It's been for a while. And there's no energy behind it. And there's just, you can just kind of feel there's not a drive. It's just a prop putting up, another prop putting up, another. You can just feel behind it. And that's the whole thing. If you don't believe it, feel the energy behind it. It's not there.
Well, I think a lot of the big guys have been taken out, and now we're dealing with the so-called minions or whatever, and they're kind of scrambling a bit,
Yeah.
to say the least. And Sherry was saying they're trying to identify the corrupt military and Secret Service, and they sure got to see some of that, didn't they?
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is, what are you going to decide what is reality? It's all an individual point that you pull yourself away and then pay attention to things in the background and the detail. If you push yourself away from that and then you look around, you're going to find the truth and you're not going to be as stressed and you're going to say, okay, this is what's really going on. But you have all these people and all these ones, like I said, at the end, you're going to know who's working for the light and who's the dark because I'll push the props with this information, all this stuff, for a long time. And until you kind of accept it, and then we're moving on to another problem. So that's the whole thing about this is take yourself out of the situation and decide to look in a different direction. It'll become more clear by doing that. Think on your own. And that's the whole thing. It's just, we get triggered, they'll put something on the screen, and then there's a reaction instantly. But I'll tell you, the more enlightened people, these people have been looking at this, they're in a calm process, and they're looking around it and looking for the truth. They're not reacting. Just telling you.
As soon as something like that happens, you really need to check your emotions to make sure you're not just being pulled into the drama of it all.
And that's what they've gotten away with, though.
Yeah.
That's the
So
whole
they're
thing.
asking if that guy behind Trump did he really die? Well, since it looks like a green screen and the people didn't look real, we have.
I've been looking for that guy on an actors list, like we've seen before, or where is he in the hospital? What is his condition going on? What hospital is? Where's his family? They used to do all this, and now it's just not around.
Yeah, they were just criticizing Trump because he didn't he didn't acknowledge the guy that died, and because he probably knows nobody died. But anyway, they were saying he should have acknowledged the family and blah blah blah.
Oh, I know.
Is that like kind of acknowledging the family from the Sandy Hook debacle?
Remember that didn't happen.
That didn't happen either. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of lies, and they even sued people in the courts. It shows how corrupt the courts are. People got sued over that. James, what's his name? I've had him on my show before. I can't think of his last name right now, but he's a professor at a school, and he would put committees together and evaluate false flags. And Sandy Hook didn't. And so anyway, somebody from there took him to court because their child died, which was a total, complete lie, and the courts backed him up.
Well, they're corrupted.
See, that's the kind of stuff we've been dealing with. And
I think the judges and the attorneys are going down too. That's what I got on the list too. So you got to be paying attention to that. This is the hard concept that everybody was bought and sold. It's a hard concept to accept everybody around you. It's a bought and sold situation. But like I said, the negative knows what they did, and it's it's got to be nerve wracking to be them right now.
Yeah, people are wondering about the courts. The courts are like so corrupt. I don't think that they can be fixed like people think they can either. It just all has to come down, and the Constitution. I'm not sure that people can be retrained in true constitutional law without that being that other indoctrination from.
No, I think they have to dismantle them all. I mean, it's like the thing, there's no, I think the bar's gone anyway with all that stuff. And so it's just like, yeah, we're starting from complete trueness, and where the communities decide who can make those choices and be an honorable citizen. These judges have just showed how corrupt they are, how they get paid off, how the attorneys get paid off, it's just all around corrupt.
And when you think about it, every time somebody goes to the court, once they get done with the court, no matter what it is, even if it's something which a lot of people consider minor, like a traffic or whatever, what's the first thing they do when they leave the courtroom? They go to the payment window because they got to pay fines.
Right.
So that tells you what it's all about. Justice is about payment. And if you haven't got the payment, you're in trouble. And Arizona happens to be a debtor's prison state too, because they will tell you to sit in jail to pay off your fine. And their fines are the most outrageous, ridiculous things you've ever seen. Anyway, and I'm sure it's not the only state that does that. I've heard many people who have lost their property and had it confiscated by. So we have problems with law enforcement too, that way, being corrupt. So it's there's a lot that needs to come down and be changed. So it should be very interesting, to say the least.
Well, okay, but this is the thing. When the media is actually pulled, when there's no, and I feel there's going to be rolling power outages, like I've said, and all this stuff. And when you meet resistance and when you don't meet resistance, those are two different areas that you're going to see that. But the thing is that stress of the 3D world that you were a part of, that's the whole reality. It's coming. It's done. Okay. That anxiety, that hypertension is going to sit in a different way. And people think, oh, they'll be fine. I'm like, oh, you just haven't seen it yet. Wait till it starts. When that reality is completely gone, it's not going to be plugged back in. And all these people that think that was a great life, that they weren't enslaved by the system and all that stuff. Yeah, it's what they're used to being fed by. They're used to being
they've been conditioned to be slaves.
I mean, and a lot of us that are awake on this, we're either get this done or we're like, we don't care. We want to be done. I'm like literally telling you, we're at the point where like we're done. And so we're not going to be enslaved. It's either, finish the job, get it done, push it over, and complete it. I mean, a lot of us don't care. We're at the point of, I don't care if we get pushed back to the Middle Ages. We're with no power and everything else. We'll start over, but we're not going back into the 3D.
And that's very important because we never want it to happen again. So people we've got to get to the point, if that carpet has to be completely pulled out from under you and you fall flat on your face, is what like Jenny says. If that's what it takes to realize what's been going on and understand, well, then so be it. That's the only way things are going to change. Lunar Sunray was saying, or Leah was saying, that Louis Herm discussed MK Ultra, and I think they have managed to do a lot of mind control on the entire population in ways that we're not all entirely aware of. Some people are more susceptible than others, depending on a lot of different things. But he's also said that Trump is using the looking glass to determine the best case
Yeah.
scenario with the least number of lives
talked about
lost.
that earlier. I told you that the looking glass is a glimpse of things.
That has a lot to do with it. Yeah.
Right. So, and that's the thing is we're at a process where you're going to see there's the humans, and then there's so many non-human situations and so many non-human beings that when we get down to a percentage of what's left, they're going to be like, well, that's all that was ever here. And like they said, the end is not for everybody, and not everybody's getting paid.
Not everybody's going to make it, are they? Hmm. Okay, a short Trump or a tall Vance at RNC. Perhaps Vance was really junior with the Tiffany blue tie. We don't know who's under the mask.
I'm wondering if everybody getting tired of mask. I would think the people behind the mask, the whole situation. I mean, we hated it just doing it for Halloween. Just can imagine just keep continually doing this mask process over and over and over. It's getting old on the process. I mean, that's the whole thing. You know, this is a week to remember. Okay, rip off the Band-Aid and stop being so gentle with things. Just rip it off. It's the best way to do it.
Yeah, it's just like if you smoke, it's better to go cold turkey than get it done and get it over with. But anyway, JD is Skull and Bones. Oh, that's lovely. So was what's his face? Bush. But anyway, it appears that it's not even really him if there's such a difference in height, you know, unless he's wearing really high heel shoes.
Right.
Which I doubt. Sherry says she heard he was a stunt guy. They threw a blanket over him and two guys picked him up by the shoulders and feet and carried him off stage. Now that is way beyond protocol.
Yeah, that is. Where's the ambulance? Where's all the, you know, to check if he's alive? Check his pulse, see where the wound is. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Pull away from it. Pull away from it.
Yeah.
So
that's what I've been doing. I've been going out in nature to get away from all this and I'm just sick of it, if you want to know the truth.
Right. So this is what I'm looking forward to seeing. This is what I want now. I want this phase of the helicopters, the cities, the fences, the gates, the buses. Just bring this on and get it done.
And those are for picking up the prisoners, right?
No, not the picking up the corrupt ones. That's for the corrupt.
Well, that's what I mean. The bad guys.
And put them in a certain area, yeah. And then, yeah. So we're gonna be dealing with like I said, New York and Illinois. I think those are the first two that you're gonna see, and then all these Democratic cities. Like I said, rolling power outages. You take, like, they have the information for the cell phone. I'm pretty sure. And they know exactly where they're at. This isn't something that we're dealing with in the 1950s. So, and they precisely know where everything is. So, we're ready for that. If there's anybody that's not ready for it, I don't know what to tell you, but we're ready for it. So just pull the cord, pull the light. And I told you that 3 days of darkness are 3 days that are going to be dark, you know, and that's with this. So I'm going to address something because I was in YouTube last night and I addressed it, but they were talking about this 2029 with these big waves. And I would have brought that up if I believed in it. I would have said that, you know, I see all this water and all this stuff, but I don't see it in that way at all. I've already explained how I see that our world is going to shift, the land's going to shift like puzzles, and things from the bottom of the surface is going to switch to the top of the surface, and how we're switching around. It's that concept of that all that flooding is such a, you know, it's a 3D, and they're like, no, that's not what's going to happen. I've said in New York that this is like, it's a look into the sky, look at the energy in the sky, look at it, energy that's flowing above. That's what I've said about New York, you know, of this happening on top of a rooftop or whatever. So that's the thing, is in the West Coast, I've talked about the mudslides and the land shifting and then dividing and deterioration, and because of what's underneath the ground that's in levels that they've been hiding, all that stuff has to come to a collapse. So it's not the water that's collapsing in that way. There's a force that's behind it to force these collapses to happen. So the bridges, like I said yesterday, the bridges and the buildings. So like I've said, watch the buildings now. They have to collapse the buildings.
What surprised me when you were talking about bridges is there's a London Bridge, obviously in London, but there's always also a London Bridge right here in Arizona in Havasu City.
Mm-hmm.
And that one is also listed for going down.
Right.
And then what the other surprising one to me was the Hoover Dam. But apparently there are figurines like that looks like Apollo type figurine there that I've never noticed. I've gone past the Hoover Dam several times, but I never saw that particular statue. But apparently there's some nasty stuff under there.
Right. Right.
Someone was asking, saying there's flooding in Toronto and Burlington in Ontario. Is it Mother Gaia or is it dumb cleansing? So
can you repeat that again?
There's flooding in Toronto and Burlington in Ontario. Is it Mother Earth or Mother Gaia or dumbs being cleaned out by the military?
Well, it might be a little both. Because Mother Earth is shifting. And like the fake sun that I kept telling people for 3-4 weeks now, fake sun, and you saw it everywhere. But what
people don't believe it.
Yeah, now then of course they jump on the bandwagon after. But
some do, but
yeah, but so I believe there's two factors going. There is what's going on above that's affecting the waters and the animals and all that, the whole process with that is affecting it. The energy is affecting it. Then you do have what they have to take out. They have to take out what's underneath. Well, how do? You either blow it up or you drown it out. So then I would be paying attention what comes onto the surface of the water.
So we need to watch the skies, we need to watch the water, and we need to watch the land too, really, because all kinds of changes are coming forward.
Because I said the animals would
come
to the cities. So if they're pushed to a certain area, but they're also, Spirit showed me that you're going to see them standing there and just like, what are they doing? That's the whole thing. Nature is ahead of the game a little bit on certain things. And that's what you need to be paying attention to. And then the other day, you don't know this. So my group knows this. I went to go do something about 45 miles away. And then on my way back home, there was a tornado warning and saying to take shelter now. And there's no shelter. There was nowhere to go. So I drove through the storm. I have that type of trust and faith just to drive through it. I was on the phone with my son. And he's like, oh my God. So I had that, just the faith in that I was going to make it through. So yeah, I saw the truck move several times with freezer and refrigerator in the back. And so yeah, that was, I didn't expect that. I actually drove through the storm.
Wow.
Yeah.
There could be a lot of that. And people, I think I heard that they'd be given like a 4-hour time to return to their home when the lockdown is
I don't know. People, okay, so once you look at truck drivers, commercial people, all that stuff, it takes more than 4 hours. So I think they're going to be dealing with it in levels. Citizens are going to be like maybe 4 or 5 hours, and then commercial vehicles, they're going to give them a longer time, maybe. But they might start doing it in regions, like in cities and stuff. So, like I said, say like Georgia or something like that. I don't think you're going to have that you're going to have on certain areas in the inner cities. You know, Tennessee and all that stuff too. Texas is, you know, I'm just telling you, it really depends on the city. It depends on the resistance that you're going to get.
Oh,
now
here's an interesting little tidbit. Mike Obama worked for the same law firm as Vance. Guy picture. Are you sure about that? That's interesting.
Oh yeah, I'm the cat on the Facebook hitting the head right on. Like, how many times do we have to do this? I don't know. I don't know. It's going to keep going.
I guess there's
on and on.
It says many local government peeps are getting called out, and that's good. They need to be. They were behind the agenda too, especially when they pushed that thing that's killing people.
Well, I think we're going to get to a point that you're going to see some old-fashioned cowboy hangings.
Yeah, this is very possible. Very possible.
And the postmaster told you. They gave. He warned you, and he told you, "We'll do it." And you either comply and do what needs to be done, and if not, we come after you. The citizens will decide how that comes down. And so, if it comes down to a point of the massive stuff that's showing that needs to come down, how do you deal with that very fast? You pull a rope really quick. So the amounts of pedophilia, the amounts of where it's at and where it's seeped into everything, it's going to make you sick everywhere.
Yeah. There was a prediction made by Cliff High and a number of remote viewers. I meant to ask you if you had any remote viewing experience for today, some massive event that, is off the charts in terms of people's response to it is or was supposed to happen today or within the next, maybe next 24 hours or something like that.
Well, my attitude towards Cliff High. Fuck Cliff High. You put my angels down. So you know what? You've got repercussions coming for that in the first place. So
I don't even listen to him, to tell you the truth. For some reason, he doesn't resonate with me. Not that he can't sometimes have some good information, but generally speaking, I call him Negative Norman. So I don't really.
Well, yeah, it's fed and it's he is not. And I didn't even know who he was until Spirit said something about the angels, and I was just like, "Oh, you little shit." So I'm just.
What did he say about the angels? I didn't even, because I don't listen to him.
Well, I'll have to send it to you and all that stuff, but putting them in a negative light, it's all, and that's the whole thing about putting them down and not really empower them who they are. And that was always, when the deck clock was showing angels, 4 angels all the time, putting them up, I could tell the negative was getting annoyed, understanding how powerful they are and that negativity. So they always come in with this story that discredits them. And that was the whole thing, that Spirit was in the presence of the whole situation, discrediting. And so there was several of them on this situation. They go, this isn't going to go over well. This ain't going to go over well. And I'll tell you, because people have their experiences with angels every day. And you can't take that away from them, and that power that was in that source of how it happens to each individual in that experience. And so he is just feeding the negative.
Yep. That's my feeling. So that's why I don't listen to him much. Well, Mathis here is talking about the bar and the Admiralty flag with the gold fringe around it, so that nobody knows what that means. I know what that means. I think there's quite a few people that know what it means, but it hasn't. You still see it in courtrooms and stuff, and everything needs to come down. It's all going to collapse eventually. The sooner the better.
Right.
They have harmed so many people with their programs.
Right. And that's the whole, it's just bringing it, like Spirit says, walk in the fire, and however it burns, you can start over, and just, we have to. So you just have to watch it burn down and be okay through that process on things. Because I'm going to tell you, you're not going to, at the end of this and everything's done, you're not going to see these people that came out with all the negative stuff. They're going to be gone, or going to be hiding in their hole, because they won't be able to show their faces because they got to back up what they say. I'm just telling you, you won't see them. They'll be hiding because at the end they have to show who they really work for, who owns them.
And that's starting to happen by how blatant some people are about some of the things they are saying and doing. That shows exactly what side they're on.
Right. There is the desperation of control and containment of this process. And now it's like I've pushed and I've told people to do their own research, listen to their own instinct, follow through with that. And people are, they're doing that on their own. And they're following through with how they feel, and they're being their voice is being heard, because they're not shutting their mouths anymore, and that's good. They're being true to what they're feeling inside them, and so that's not what they want. You to think independently, to have your own opinion of things, to stand on the line and say, no, we shall not go. So it's changing in a different way, but people want the truth. People don't want the fakeness no more. And these persona that pushed that before, not buying the ticket no more at all. So it's at the end in the light, it's seen. The negative's seen, the light ones are seen, the warriors are seen, the ones that have served in this world and other worlds will be seen.
And then people will have to admit whether they like it or not, if they were on the wrong side or what have you.
Right, and they're like, don't bring it up. Don't talk about it. I don't want to hear it.
I know.
Okay, let me introduce you to it.
You remind me of another friend of mine who she deals with the same thing. I don't mix with a whole lot of people here, face to face or whatever, and on the internet and these different platforms, it's easy to just block.
Right.
I just blocked somebody today, but in
what happened with that?
More difficult.
What happened with that? I saw something on Facebook and I didn't get it clear. What was the deal with that?
Oh, she was just she was attacking me and she was bringing up all this old propaganda about Trump is a child rapist and all these bogus articles. And I just said, I'm not going to argue with somebody like that. It's a waste of my time. And then they start getting personal attacks. I just, goodbye. I don't need this.
I'll see you on the white bus.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying lately. I'm just see you on the white bus. It's okay.
Jay Thought was asking, what does the spirit world say about all the uninvited folks throughout the U.S. when election season comes around and after? There's,
Okay.
well, election's not going to happen, but
No, the election's not going to happen, and they're not going to vote, and nothing's going to happen with that process because military law is going to be in effect anyway. So I believe for those citizens have to go back to their original birthplace to get what they need to survive. So as we have this drove coming into the States, you're going to see a drove of the Red Sea going back out. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, with the Gassara and Nasara thing, if they have to be in their own country to get what's rightfully theirs, I think they will be racing home.
Yes, exactly. And they might be assisting in white buses. Do you need a ride to the border to go, you know? But the thing, again, this is what I say too. Once everybody's funded, what do you need the border for? What do you need the walls for? Because at the core of the human process is to survive. If they're surviving, they're going to stay in their homeland, or they're going to, you know, there's just not that. The negative can't feed that no more. If they have everything that they need worldwide, what do you need the borders for? To contain.
Very true.
I'm just saying, because their behavior will change, what they need, and how all of that changes. So
they're not running to the United States to experience our fake freedom. I guess we have a little bit, but you know, it's really been cinched for a long time now. It's just not going to happen. So it's, you know, people will be happy where they're at, just like you said, because they got their survival needs are met.
Right.
Let's see. Oh, somebody's talking about this. Yeah, this can be related to the jab too. Witnessing some crazy shit going on in my area. People are losing it. Car crashes galore. Shops are all closing.
Stay off the highways and especially bridges. If you know they start freaking out, you don't want to be on a bridge with them.
These are just the bridges that have some type of nefarious background of sorts, correct?
Oh, no, I'm thinking when this, I believe that there's an energy switch that turns the darker. It's like the zombie land. And you don't want to have some car in front of you that's driving that, you know, that negative driving the car. I'm just telling you, I don't want to be around any of these people when stuff goes down. Because I said that I've repeated this in a prediction that as the light submerges onto Earth and how things change into enlightenment, the negative cannot breathe in that. So if they're driving a car, if they're down the street, if New York is, and they're just in a position of not moving, they're stone cold looking, you know, they have stuff. I don't know. I mean, this is where I am. Well, especially my experience. I mean, Spirit's saying don't go anywhere. And they've told me for July, this is stay home, don't do any events, don't do anything. They've told me a year from now, don't do it. July is a big month.
When is July? Oh, this month right now.
Yeah.
Here's how much more movies do we need to see? Forget about the sleepers. They could be.
Stop watching the movie.
Yeah. And well, they all could be NPCs, the ones that we're trying to convince to be to see the light. They're not gonna ever see the light if they're an NPC.
Right.
And I was gonna say, I think too that people need to start recognizing in people, so that you know where they're coming from, lack of compassion, lack of empathy.
Right.
Lack of love. I mean, there were people out there that were saying things, oh, too bad they missed.
I know, but that's
now what kind of person is that?
Well, they're not. This is the thing. We can't get out of this. We think they are.
Yeah.
and that may, you know, that whole process to show you that too. But that's a program that's been pushed and pushed and pushed, you know, shepherd to, you know, that
Most people wouldn't have a clue what an NPC even is. And they don't even, I mean, most people don't even think there are extraterrestrials.
I know.
How's that gonna go over?
Fun. We all are gonna sit back in our chair and watch outside and be okay with it. Some of us will be great. That'll be the new movies, you know.
Yeah, really.
People freak out on this, and we're like, we're watching this. We're gonna, you know, because we decided to see it a long time ago and recognize it, and now, like I said, that pavement situation is going to hit hard, and then they're going to be, does that hurt? Yeah, it's going to hurt. The truth is going to hurt. They chose how hard they're going to hit that pavement. They chose that, right? So you had a choice.
So Gabriel has a question. I live about an hour from Tampa. Do you think I should move, Jenny? Do I have any time? Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, you know, like I've said, get out of the cities when you can. And, you know, because certain areas can be chaos, you know, if you don't, and if you are in the cities, you have to already be prepared to lock everything down until we get through this. You know, so not feeding off the fear is the thing. And that's what they wouldn't like. And that's what they want. But you have to look at the end of this, calm. This comes in. The end is here. And as things get plugged back in, it's not the same world. On the other side, you're free. You know, all the red tape is gone. All the yellow tape is gone. And you can make your own decisions. And I think that's going to be hard for people to get out of that. I mean, I was watching a thing I posted on Facebook about this being involved in a 3D marriage, and then you're in the 5D. It's not working anymore, and we're dividing because of the conscience that's changing, because those ones want to be programmed and we do not. And the bottom line, the soul wants to be free and be able to speak its truth. And there's a point that the soul feels like it's just suffocating. It can't do it. This is just a point. And it's an epidemic that's happening. Men are leaving, women are leaving, because they want to be in part of this new world and being honest about what they want to be involved in, and not have a spouse trying to pull them the other direction. It's just where we're at. And I honestly believe that marriage, the contract, is another program that we're going to find out about that too. All that's tied in.
That's going to go away too, really.
Huh?
That was just so the state could help take your assets or get a share in them, and the attorneys could make big bucks, because most attorneys will try to get the couple fighting with each other.
Right. Exactly.
So it takes longer to get things settled, and you're gonna let them get away with that? No, yeah, things like that. It's really pathetic. But anyway, Jenny, Miss Jeep is asking you, would you please readdress a question regarding the 2029 prediction made by some others regarding a massive tidal wave coming in and to move 400 feet above real level all over the U.S.?
I mean, as the way, that's not going to happen. Like I said, I believe that this planet's shifting into a puzzle, and it's not going to happen that way. So no, there's not 400 big waves that are coming in. No. And I think that would have happened already with everything that's already, you know, the ice walls, and you've already seen some phenomenal things happening. That would have happened already. And so and again, time, 2029, I don't think we're going to be in that same process. We're going to be in a different technology in this world. So no, I do not believe that is true. Because that's something they would have said to me. That's something they would have showed me, and I would have had to draw it. You know that. I mean, the only way that they showed is by Antarctica and the West Coast. It's just these energies coming in and showing these, but they're not massive waves. They're just bigger waves that are coming in and deteriorating, destroying, and taking some bridges out, but nothing to that extent of things. I did see, like when I talked about Japan, and then there would be an earthquake, and then there would be things would surface around. It would come to the water. It would surface, and you would see unusual things. So, no, I don't see that. And spirit really gets irritated with time. Like time, human in time. It's not time, it's events on those things. So that's a no.
So that was an event that happened with Trump, which should accelerate things.
Right.
So Mathis is talking about VD or Vance, whatever his name is. That I seen that article. In fact, I posted something on Facebook. My Facebook page is under Gail Lynn, but it should also come up under Gail Agaya. But anyway, he was involved in a company selling young blood.
Who was?
The new appointed vice president. Which
he looks
can
like
still change.
I'm sorry, he looks like a pussy in the first place. He doesn't look like there's many masculinity with him in the first place. So I'm sorry, no. And there's just no balls behind that.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as any kind of powerhouse, that's for sure.
And not in the strength of it and everything. So no. And I just believe that's just another Biden prop. No. So I believe that happened, yes, but do I believe that is something that Trump would associate with? No.
Okay, the 500,000 indictments is incoming. Maybe up to 3 million might be including in these arrests. Yeah, there's a lot of arrests that are going to go on.
Well, they need to go after the judges, lawyers, and local cops. They're involved.
Yeah, people aren't going to, the normies aren't going to understand that at all. Maybe even the actual people themselves that are getting arrested won't understand what's going on. The cops or attorneys or judges like, well, I was just doing my job, man.
Yeah, I think state of Minnesota is saturated in the corruption in there.
Oh yeah. Oh, this state's horrible. Somebody's asking when the fake sun will go away.
Eventually it has to, and I think we're at a point that we're seeing glimpses of that changing. So I believe we're not too far off from that. So it has to be ending this month. That's what I think.
Okay. Somebody's asking if this all happened already, why are there still floods? Well, I don't think people realize the extent of the problems. Our whole planet was saturated and
right, saturated, and there's a part. This is the thing you have to look at. And that's an energy. It's a negative energy where all these places are, or in the ground and in the buildings and all that stuff. That carries an energy. That carries a frequency. So there's many things that have to come in that we have to cleanse in different ways. Water is one of them, but energy and frequency and bringing in light is the biggest thing. The light is going to be the last thing, so the negative cannot exist in it. Cannot exist in it. So, because you're not going to put anything pure ever back down there until it's cleansed in a different way, and that's the thing. They don't think about that. You can't. These Hollywood homes, they're going to tear them down because they've done in them. Who's ever going to want to build on the land? They're going to worry about certain things. I'm just saying. It's never the building, but it is the land. Whatever happened, that stays there. That impression stays there. That energy stays there, unless it's cleansed in a different way of the light. So you have to think about all those areas, all those tunnels, all those houses, all that stuff. Creates a darkness. A normal soul is not going to be one to be present in that. So, like Washington.
Oh, yeah. When do you think? Do you have any idea when the blackout is coming? Or
well, I think it's 3 days of darkness, and that's hard for them to fathom. The sun will never rise on these 3 days of darkness. But you're at that 3 days of darkness. You won't. Your energy will change. You're not.
Now you're talking actual physical black darkness.
Yes.
No sun, no moon, none of that.
Right. Darkness.
Super darkness. And why and how is that occurring?
Well, what you talked about is that fake light above. At some point, it has to come down. And I think with whatever it has done, and I've had people argument with me on how that feels, but your nature is reacting in a very negative way with that. Your plants, your trees, your animals, all that stuff. And when, like at night, darkness, the sun is not out, there's a calmness even that you're noticing at night, that you're not feeling activated and annoyed as much as in the day. So that just shows you that 3 days of darkness is an important part of this dismantling. But it's unknown to man to have that ever happen. Not in our times. But it has. And so, and how that comes is, we have to get out of the concept of the 3D. It could be more of an advanced situation that how this is going to occur, but they keep telling me the 3 days of darkness are of dark to basically as the restart point. And your military can move through the dark and do whatever they want, what they need to in the dark. And that puts the enemy at a bad point.
And then that they have communication cut off as well. I mean, for the vast majority, so that the people that they're trying to arrest and so on aren't able to communicate with each other.
Right. So, and you've heard many times before that Bill Gates wanted to put the sun out, and people were behind how that would happen and all that stuff. So if you can't think that our military can't do the same in a way to calm an energy and be able to, the ones that need to see will see, and the ones that won't will not. So I believe it is 3 days of darkness.
And you think that's coming very soon?
Yes.
Okay. Ann Tucker, who seems legit, has been saying for a while, the country will literally be split in half with a water event, and shipping will be out of commission like soon. Do you know anything about that?
Don't believe it.
Okay.
I already believe that they already have layers that are things that are backed up already for these situations. So that fear, porn stuff on in the channels again, that's pushing that. This is the thing that there's a bigger force behind this. That's where we need to.
Much bigger.
Yeah. So and time tells you how it protects you and what it does for you. And you need to, it's not just our world, but I feel many beings are witnessing and paying attention to what's going on. So we didn't all come here for this to go down the drain, okay? And what's here from the past is now here in the present, and how it is residing and witnessing what is happening is an important part. So they need to think bigger and understand that something bigger is viewing this process.
Now, I haven't looked into it to make sure to verify it. I don't know if you've heard anything about another event that has happened that nobody seems to be talking about now. Is that the Three Gorges Dam broke?
I
don't know.
I'm not feeling that yet.
You're not feeling that? Okay. Well, that's why I was wondering. I didn't know if it was true, and if it was true, I would have thought we would have heard more about it.
I'm not getting that. Yeah.
Let's see what else we got here. I mean, I saw pictures of flooding and stuff, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows exactly. What prop are you using today?
Yeah. Somebody's asking, where is Miss Jeep? I only see Gail. Well, this is my show, so I hope you see me. But Miss Jeep isn't on this particular show. Maybe I should have her on sometime.
Yeah, Jeep is around. She's in there somewhere. Yeah.
She's in our chat. Yeah.
Yeah, she is.
Well, maybe we'll have to bring her on one time. It'll be the three of us.
Get her.
If she wants to.
Yeah.
We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, stream the channels. Okay. Yeah, there's a London Bridge here in Arizona, and it's coming down. Somebody mentioned that about it's one of the bad ones, apparently.
Right.
I'm just scrolling to see if we got any other questions.
Driving on a bridge right now is pretty nervous. Like, you know what? I'm not taking this.
Hear what? Well, I didn't hear what you said.
I would not. Right now, I think anybody that's driving on a bridge right now thinks is nerve-wracking.
Taking their life in their own hands and all. So bridges are that. Wow. Okay. What is the negative about a bridge?
What is negative? The symbolism, and the threshold as it crosses into different regions. So, and then the symbolism, I'd be looking, and that's the thing, that would be very interesting for people to look at the bridges and what the symbolism that's on them and thresholds and negative energy, light energy, what it represents. Yeah, the symbolism is everywhere. That's what was important to them on everything.
Okay. Sherry says there's lots of earthquakes going on right now.
Yeah, I posted it on. I copied it and I posted it on the X, and I saw it there, and I was like, "Wow, there is a lot," and that has to do with the puzzle. It's reacting. Our world is reacting.
No, Teresa's saying nothing is as it appears. That's an understatement. No mistakes, yeah.
That's why if you didn't watch TV, if you got off channels of that, you'd be okay observing it from the ones that you can actually trust. I'm just telling you. Hey, there's Chief right there.
Okay, yeah. Here's a question for you. Oh, it didn't come up, did it? There we go. You see a cold winter soon? I listened to Lee Carroll, Cryon.
Only the normal cold winter that Minnesota has. We had a warm winter last year, and I think it's just going to be not a super cold one. No.
Let's see. Yeah, I agree. Teresa is saying Cliff High is high and dark, Rebot. AI is the beast.
Dark.
AI is the beast. I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, Gabriel's asking you who the postmaster is. I can see his face, but I don't remember his name.
Christopher, I have to go back into there's a website that I'd have to. Jeep probably has it. She put in the link, but we talked about the postmaster, and I've talked about other groups, and Spirit showed me him a long time ago, and so he's the one that served all the police stations and these districts, and either you comply and work for the people, or you don't. So, so he is one of the postmasters, and I think he initiated more of them. So, I would have to. It's up on the chat, she says.
Oh, it's stuck?
No, she says the postmaster info is up on the chat. So it's Christopher. I'm gonna have.
Oh, I don't see it. Okay.
Mark Christopher. Yes, that is him.
Say it again. Mark who?
Mark Christopher.
Christopher. Okay. Okay. I'm just seeing if there's anything. What'll happen? When will the NPCs shut down?
Same time. Well, when the cord and the internet is unplugged, when I push it back in, it's not going to work. It's not going to compute. It's done, and then they're going to dismantle.
Wow.
Completely, like a broken down machine that's not moving, or it's not even.
Do you know Lee Carroll? Do you know Cryon? I believe, isn't it? Cryon.
I've seen him around. Yeah.
I don't know why, but his voice bothers me. I don't listen to him.
There's some things that he says resides with me, and then some things don't. So
Yeah, that's about my assessment too. Okay, let's see. Okay, everybody's been lied to, so we have to not judge people. That's an
that
important
is
comment.
why we have to listen to our own instinct.
Listen to our own inner self is why we've been told to go within, and stop. Separate yourself from the TV and the newspapers and all that stuff that's trying to form your perception of things, because based on that information, which is all lies, that's what you base your perceptions on, and
right,
that's a problem. So, well, we're getting close to time to.
They have a big UFO event that's going on in Florida right now too. So,
Sage is saying marriage is a program.
oh my goodness, right? And it's all about containment and control and ball and chain of money and obligation, and then
expectations.
Yes, and then you realize I'm tired of doing this, and I can no longer serve spirit through this human format. It has to be
Kirby government. Yeah, I like him. That's Louis Holmes' site, I believe. He's pretty good. Let's see here. Well, oh my goodness. We still got quite a lot of people are just saying hi, so.
Show a couple.
Oh, yeah, we know that. Pence was involved in human trafficking. Trump puts the guilty front.
Oh, yeah, that. Oh, don't even.
That's what I think is happening right now.
Oh my God, that one.
That's what's happening right now with his VP, in my opinion.
Oh my goodness.
Well, somebody told him it's not necessarily official at this stage of the game anyway. He can change it at any point. So something's going on there. Oh, here's something. This is a good question because I wonder about that too. How soon after the flip will people who got legally screwed be able to free themselves from the corruption, like Trump's felonies? Like, there's a lot of people who have had
That's the whole thing about this is when we unplug, the old system is not going to be there. So it's just a matter of, like Spirit says, when it goes down, what do you have to worry about on the other side? Nothing, because it's all gone. That's the whole thing about this. It's gone when we plug into the 4D completely, the new system, the whole brand new system, because that's already dismantled and in a dismantled phase. It's the lights, it's the energy, it's everything that is unplugged. When it comes back on, they're not inserting the old regime. I believe that's when your debt will be erased too.
And I don't think that's very far away from what I'm reading and hearing.
No, I don't know.
Let's see. Oh, a lot of crazy people going on, people going nuts out there. I think a lot of people who haven't, so to speak, checked themselves are having dark nights of the soul, and things are coming up that are unhealed, and it's affecting those around them.
Right.
And well, I think unless you see anything in the chat you'd like to address, I think we have covered a lot.
I mean, I did a show last night on my YouTube and stuff like that, and they know how to get in contact with me and set up appointments and do. So I'm working on, because it is an active week, so I'm working on some more drawings and stuff, and we'll present that later. And you know how to get into my website and contact me. So there's more stuff coming, and I think I need to do more of a drawing on this 3 days of darkness, because people, it's a very vague process, but the way the Spirit showed me,
I guess we didn't really cover exactly what the golden astral belt is.
Well, that is an energy that I feel that we are being thrown into, and they're gold, and that those are planets around that were being vibrated, and you feel this consistency of new energy coming in, and it's affecting several planets that they show. And that's why they want to show me that, because I felt like I was being, I've always described we're going to be bombarded into, these other dimensions. It's not going to be a slow process. So this is kind of what you got up there. And
oh wow,
see how there's planets all around, and then these are definitely looking more of a triangle looking, and gold reflection on that. And this is going through and out, that we're drawn around this belt and this vibration that's settling around us too. So
so it's coming into our existence, or
it's already
here.
Yes. And I felt that about a week and a half ago, and then or about a week ago, and I went into a challenge session with another person, and then we were just thrown into a situation and saw it. So I just felt this vibration on what we're going through, and so it's like a door, or how things are dismantling, and this new energy is coming in. And that's how we're feeling. I mean, the ascension issues, and how we're you're seeing a lot of clouds above, you can't see things clearly, and we're going through this process.
There was a whole bunch of chemtrails here yesterday. They're still spraying the skies. It's really annoying. But alrighty then. I might, Jenny's website, of course, is very simple. It's called jennysite.net, and it is in the description if you forget it.
Yeah.
And I have a number of products. I don't have a website, but I do have products, and I appreciate any support.
Yeah, I have a Patreon channel, and then my website. You can look on there, my YouTube. So yeah.
I have a Patreon channel too. anyway, we all light workers need your help. So if you can help in any way, it really makes a difference, because that's why I'm not doing as many shows lately. I'm looking for work, which I don't know if I can handle anymore, but that's hopefully things change and that is not required. So anyway, I guess that's all. So I think we'll call it a wrap.
Right. Call it a wrap.
Well, thank you everyone for listening. Thank you for participating with your questions. Stay in the light, shine your light, stay positive. Don't let just watch stuff and don't let it get to you. It's all going to pass and better things are coming.
Right. Stay in the light.
Yeah. Okay. Bye everyone.
Good night.
Have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other.
What we will also do, and here's the big one, and it is the biggest one, is we reset your mitochondria. We recycle the ones that are damaged, and we turn up the energy in the ones that are functional. And once we turn up that energy, then your body at the very basic level has enough energy in order to carry out the self-repair farther, in order to get rid of those free radicals, in order to carry out all the procedures inside the cell that protect it from all of those outside toxins, heavy metals and organic compounds and even radiation of various types, things that are not natural for you. So if we focus first on mitochondria, repair and turning up energy, then what starts happening is the DNA that your mitochondria produces to carry out mitochondrial energy production is now not damaged. Now those processes to create energy inside your cell get turned up, and then you can function better.
Okay.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And today, my guest is Dale Bonet, who is the marketing director of More Mito, which is an amazing product that is having wonderful, wonderful reviews and helping so many people. And I am so proud to be able to carry it. Welcome, Dale.
Hello, Gail. It is an honor to be with you. I hope you're having a great Sunday.
I am, and thank you so much for being here with me. I love this product. I use it every day. It does wonders for my skin and hair, and people have had other um, great results with other issues. But let's talk a little bit about the product. It's called More Mito, and I think we should address the concept of mitochondria and what they do for our body.
I agree. Gail, that's our name, more mito. Mito is short for mitochondria. And we have a brilliant research scientist who has taken a completely different approach to health and wellness and our bodies. It's unique. We see commercials all the time on TV and various things. You know, take this and it'll help this issue. Take this and it'll help the pain in your shoulder. Take this, it'll help here. Look, we don't do that. We increase the mitochondria. The mitochondria, once people understand what it is, it's in every cell of your body except your red blood cells. It's in every cell of your body, and it is the fuel source for your body. And we have been losing it. It decreases in us from the time we're a toddler. We're lucky to have 50% left when we're in our 50s. We're lucky to have 10% left in our 60s or 70s. And think about this. When does our hair start to go white? The hair I have left is white. I started to lose it and it started to go white when I was in my 50s. When do we need glasses? Tends to hit us in our late 50s. What about our hearing in our 60s? Listen, our mitochondria is going away. It's been attacked by the environment, by Roundup. Roundup on our lawns is a mitochondria killer. And everything in our life has that effect. Now think about this. Think about a toddler, a 4-year-old, runs 100 miles an hour, can't stop, full of energy, falls down, scrapes his knee. It heals many times without a scar. He's up and running again, flops on the couch, sleeps for an hour, he's up and running. That's pure mitochondria. And if we can give that mitochondria back, and we do, we don't just tune up what's there, we increase it. It goes back to the age when you were young, and astounding things start to happen. Here's the most important thing, Gail, as you've already mentioned. It's not one thing, because we don't fix anything. We increase the mitochondria, and a number of different things in our bodies start to improve. We've got testimonials on our website with 3 or 4 different things. Ron Long up in Spokane, Washington, his eyesight improves now. Look, that's a big deal for him. He's getting shots in his eyes for retinopathy. Shots in his eyes. He no longer gets shots in his eyes. His testimonial, he says, look, my eyesight's gone from 20/60 to 20/30 and back to 20/20. I don't get shots. That's a big deal. But the same guy, Ron, had lost use of his right arm for 15 years. He's a Marine. He had a stroke. His right arm stopped moving. He had to learn how to write left-handed so he could sign documents. His right arm is now working. He's 83, and he's throwing 60-pound bales of hay on his daughter's farm. And he's on a number of pharmaceuticals. He's now off. Doctor took him off of blood pressure medication, of testosterone medication. Why do multiple things happen for all these people? Because we don't fix anything. We increase the mitochondria, and astounding things happen.
Basically, what happens then, your body is doing it itself. Because
bingo. Your body's doing what it was meant to do. It starts working the way it should, the way it used to, the way it did before life and the environment started tearing your body down.
Well, we are just exposed to so many things that are so harmful and toxic to us, from what they are dropping on us in the air to the food that we eat that is saturated with the glyphosate Roundup that you're talking about. I've had Stephanie Sinoff on in the past, and she talks about glyphosate, and you can see how it the rate of obesity and diabetes has increased substantially.
Yes.
In the time since it was introduced. And so to have a product that has substances in it, I don't know how it manages to get rid of the glyphosate, or if it not, I guess the body's ability to detox when the mitochondria are fully functioning is what is the key. Would you agree?
I agree completely. You've nailed it. Listen, detox is one of the things that happens when you start taking this product. And I'll give you an example. We've got a gentleman named James in Toronto, Canada, and he called me and he said, Dale, listen, you don't know this about me, but I give myself an enema every day. He said, there's nothing in me to detox with. I'm spending time in the bathroom. How can that be? And the answer is, this has nothing to do with your intestines. This is your cells detoxing. You may carry 2 or 3 pounds of waste all combined in your cells. Your cells release the toxins. Your cells detoxed. That's one of the things that gives the room then for the mitochondria in your cells to come back. And it has a huge, huge impact, as you've pointed out, Gail. Detox first, and then listen, you've heard of brownouts. Think of an electric brownout in California, rolling brownouts. If I cut the power to your house down to 40%, your microwave doesn't work. You can't watch your television. Your lights dim.
It's true.
That's what happens. The same thing has happened to our bodies. And when we increase that power back to 100%, astounding things happen.
That is so true. And this product is very unique. There isn't anything else like it on the market in terms of something that you take. And it's totally, the ingredient list is amazing. Maybe
Yes.
we should take a look at it.
Why don't you pull that up? While you pull it up, I'll talk about the ingredients. Listen, we've got version 3.0. Our scientist, Dr. Bevan, took us from 33 ingredients to 44 about a year and a half ago. And it has had an astounding impact and effect on the results people get. And here's one of the most important things to understand about ingredients. It's not uncommon. It's very common for too much of one thing to completely overpower and cancel out another. Dr. Bevan talks about taking a handful of vitamins, and you'll be lucky. It's very common for a third of what you're taking to not do anything for you because it's being overpowered and canceled by the other things you're taking at the same time. There has to be balance. Dr. Bevan has balanced all 44 of these. And then here's the thing that makes us unique. We are not a Me Too product. Ingredients are worthless if your body cannot use them. We have a unique technology Dr. Bevan has created. It's called XDS. And it is the thing that sets these products apart because it's the delivery system that allows these products not just to get through your cell walls, but to get deeper through the walls of your mitochondria and start increasing the mitochondria. So 44 properly balanced ingredients, but the delivery system that lets the body use them. It's almost got the effect of making water wetter. XDS is so powerful. If you're taking a vitamin C tablet and 20% right now of that vitamin C tablet gets used by the body, our product, the XDS, will help even that have more of that be used by the body. You may see 80% of that same vitamin C tablet get used by the body. XDS is the secret. You do not run out of the Ultramito line of products. Go to Walmart and get anything like them. There's nothing like them because of the delivery system that lets the body use them.
So it gets the substances through the cell wall into the inside the cell where it does basically the cleanup, and then your mitochondria is able to function in the manner that it's supposed to
function and increase. The mitochondria, there's thousands of mitochondria in every cell. So the mitochondria can now increase and your body starts working. I mean, the things we hear from people, it's so great, these testimonials. And listen, we've got a library full of testimonials, everything you can imagine. It affects eyesight. It affects blood sugar and blood pressure and a myriad of things. And they're all free for everybody to go listen to. They can join the company. There's no cost to join the company. We're not doing this for profit. We're doing this to get the word out to people. Join the company for free. Join on your website and get access to the library of the testimonials, everything you can imagine. Again, we've got Archbishop Vince McCall, another gentleman who had horrible eyesight issues. Eyesight seems to respond the quickest. And he shares how his doctor said, Vince, I don't see a sign of the disease in your eyes anymore. You don't need these shots. Well, look, mitochondria is throughout your body, but it's focused in 3 places: your heart, your brain, and your eyes. And that's why so many things happen there first, as they then start to happen throughout the body.
That's amazing. And that's fascinating and wonderful for people. Do people take it at different amounts?
You know, that's an excellent question. Let me explain. First of all, there's 3 products. Let me mention that. One, the first is Rejuvenate. It's our topical gel, and it's for your skin from head to toe, anywhere on your body. Put it in your scalp, massage it in, put it in your hair, and it's for anything that disturbs your skin: a scratch, a scrape, a cut, a bump, a mole, a blemish. Any irritation to the skin. We've got testimonials in the back office about the impact it's had for one gentleman who had severe varicose vein issues and cleared it all up. It's cleared up cellulite and stretch marks and wrinkles on the face. But look, it doesn't just sit on the skin. It soaks down through the skin, soaks deep into the muscles, the ligaments, your joints, your back joints, your knee joints, your hands, your wrists. It helps with everything, and it helps with circulation in the smallest, in the capillaries. So if you know anybody, maybe even you have issues with your hands or feet, may start as tingling and progress into severe issues, look, you're going to find Rejuvenate becomes your go-to item for everything I just mentioned, all of that and more. Now, Restore, that's the one you've got up on the screen, 44 ingredients. Restore is oil-based. Dr. Bevan has taken 2 products and used them as the basis to build Restore, 2 ancient superfoods that have been used for thousands of years because of the benefit they give to the human condition. That's olive oil with olive leaf and black seed oil. They found black seed when they opened King Tut's tomb. But Dr. Bevan has taken these 2 items as the base and uses several elements in special ways. He uses several elements of olive oil to tune up and detoxify the cells in your body. And when he does that, which then increases the mitochondria, that's what brings the body back to working the way it used to before life and the environment started tearing your body down. And then he uses black seed to help your body make more cellular energy. That's real energy, non-jittery. It's not like the energy hit you might get from caffeine or sugar, where you get a big high and then a big crash. Cellular energy is different. It is steady, it's strong. And imagine being able to live life on your terms again, to start a project and finish it without a need for rest. Imagine no more brain fog. Imagine doing something strenuous like a long bike ride that then has just a short recovery time and you're up and back at it. That's what happens with cellular energy. And I've only mentioned 2 of the 44 ingredients. You can see a lot of them right there on the screen.
Right.
And again, all properly balanced and delivered into the body so it can use them. Final thing, I said
that's a key.
It's all about that. All about that. Listen, 44 ingredients doesn't matter if the body can't use them. You know, if the body takes it and expels it, what's the point? You're just flushing money. And that's not what we do. It's not what we do. We've got a pet product that would be the final thing. because pets can't have the people restore. The one on your screen, a pet can't have because of the black seed and the citrus oils. He created a pet product. If you've got a dog that can't move like it used to, may not even be able to do the stairs, certainly is not running around like a puppy and playing fetch and going on walks. If you've got a cat that's shedding and hacking up fur balls, look, the animals are closer to the bad chemicals in our carpets, to the chemicals in our lawns. Pets have allergies just like we do. Some of the same allergies we can get. Bring your pet back to puppy and kitty stage with Pet Restore. So 3 different things, and they just all have a purpose. They all work in a unique way. And listen, here's the final thing that brought me to the company. I don't like products that are try it for 8 months and maybe you'll notice something. I don't go for those products. I want to see I'm the guy with no patience, right? I'm the guy that stands in front of the microwave.
I can appreciate that.
Up. I just don't have time for this stuff. Things happen fast. And the thing I love about the pets, there's no faking it with a pet. Your pet starts running around and jumping, and it happens fast. There's no faking it. So wonderful products. And again, it all boils down to what is a simple concept, hard to do, but a simple concept. We don't fix anything. We increase the mitochondria and your body returns to the way it was when you were a youth.
And that's what most people need, because I know that there's a lot of people out there that feel fatigued, feel exhausted, feel like, it's, how am I going to get through the day kind of thing. And they might even load up on vitamins and load up on different things that they think are going to help. But if you don't absorb it, it doesn't do a darn thing for you, just like you said.
You nailed it. That's exactly right. Exactly.
So this delivery system, XDS delivery system, is really a key as well, because it's able to get all these wonderful substances into the cell to repair the mitochondria. And once the mitochondria is repaired, I understand that it has its own DNA, so it is able to reproduce more DNA as a result of repairing any of the dysfunctional ones, or getting rid of them if they're too far gone. But is that correct? It does have its own DNA. Do you know about that?
Mitochondria is deeply tied to the DNA. You can Google it and read about it. Listen, we say all the time, take the product, let's combine it with your DNA. It's not what our product does for you. It's what your DNA does with our product. And combine them, and just astounding things happen.
Right. I should probably show a picture of the product. The what do you call it? I don't like to call it a cream, because that brings up a different picture.
We call it a gel. Our topical gel. Yep.
That's better. Definitely better. Let me see if I can find that on here under.
Yep. If you click on product details up at the top, you'll get a drop down with 3 products. Click the second one, Rejuvenate.
All right, Rejuvenate. Here we go. Okay, this is a big key right here.
Scroll down and you'll see. And listen, this is available to everybody. They all go to your website. They can have their own website. You'll notice it says join at the top right. There's no cost to join the company. There's no monthly fee to be here. There's nothing you ever need to buy. You just get access to all this.
Right. You don't have to continue to buy product every month either.
No, we don't require that. Listen, we're the iPhone of nutraceuticals. When people are lining up around the block to get it, you don't have to make people buy it. People come back and buy it because of what it's doing for them. And so this is Restore. We've got some testimonials down right here on the page. You don't even have to join to get to these. And we've got it just like the oil, the gel helps in a number of different ways. Listen, we've got a lady, tremendous lady. She's got MS. She started crying when she was giving her testimonial. She's out of pain for the first time in 15 years because of Rejuvenate. She buys 4 jars at a time. Here's a picture of a lady that had skin breakouts when she got pregnant. The only thing that cleared it up was Rejuvenate. Now listen, Rejuvenate's there for discomfort, for issues regarding things that have gone wrong, and yet here it is helping somebody with their appearance, with their skin tone.
This is what helped my son's skin. I mean, he'd get some kind of like acne type breakouts at times, but he uses this on his skin, and it looks like a baby skin when
Isn't that
after
amazing?
using it.
And you can see right
It is
there,
amazing.
Johnny B. I got relief from a 43-year-old knee injury in less than 41 minutes. Listen, we've got testimonials about detached retinas. They've had operations, no success. They get their retina reattaches. That's astounding. Severe migraine headaches.
Wow.
I've got a great story of a guy named Ted in Santa Clarita, California. He called me and he said, Dale, it's helped my migraine a lot, but that's not why I'm calling. He said, a mole I've had since I was a kid just came off under my fingernail. I've only been using the product 2 weeks. He wasn't trying to get rid of a mole, but listen.
It's funny, that happened to me too. I had a I don't know what kind of mole it was or whatever, but I had one, and it faded away.
Yep. And again, it gets back to that same concept. We don't fix anything. We restore the mitochondria, and a number of things change for each person because the body can work. I'll go right back to that brownout issue in California. I cut the power to your home. Your TV doesn't work. Your microwave doesn't work. Your lights go dim. Put the power back to 100 and everything functions. When's the last time everything functioned for you? It can again if you simply take the right approach. Let's get your mitochondria back. Simple stuff.
Now, one of the things that I did that we haven't discussed is I mixed a little of the Restore into the Rejuvenate.
Right.
And
so you mix some of the oil into the gel, and that's brilliant. And in fact, it can make sense. The gel comes in a 4-ounce jar, kind of like the old Pond's cold cream. And you can take a teaspoon of the oil and stir it in. What that does is helps it soak deeper, quicker. So that's a brilliant idea to use the oil in the Rejuvenate. And typically here, listen, we put this together in a special way. People tend to buy bundles. If you buy 1 oil and 1 Rejuvenate, we put a second free jar of Rejuvenate in that. We call it a bundle. So people will have 1 jar that they don't put the oil in and 1 jar that they do. And it just gives them the flexibility to do what they need to do. I like what Laurel says. Keep it simple.
Yes, that it's amazing. Maybe we should listen to. Why don't you pick a testimonial that, and we can play it.
Take a listen here. All right.
Let me stop sharing for a minute.
Oh, you don't.
Okay.
You can keep sharing. This will be verbal only. Let's listen to.
Okay. Well,
if
I
I
took
can
it off,
find
but I'll
him
put it
here.
back.
I had him. Goodness sakes.
You know, there were people that asked me if I wore a wig.
Really? You got great.
Yeah. Well, I know that this product has helped it a lot. I can just tell, and I do put it into my hair, and I kind of rub it into my scalp a little bit, and it makes a difference. And then I hadn't even seen that picture that we were showing before with the guy whose hair, this one here. That's pretty amazing right there.
Yeah.
Now, most men would
see,
be
we
more than
don't
happy
talk
to have
about
that
that.
happen.
The last thing I want is for somebody to peg us as a hair loss or some of the other things that happen. You got to understand we fix everything. Let's listen to Dr. Bevan. He's the scientist. Let's listen to a quick
cool
little bit of about a minute as he explains what's happening here.
what we will also do, and here's the big one, and it is the biggest one, is we reset your mitochondria. We recycle the ones that are damaged, and we turn up the energy in the ones that are functional. And once we turn up that energy, then your body at the very basic level has enough energy in order to carry out the self-repair farther, in order to get rid of those free radicals, in order to carry out all the procedures inside the cell that protect it from all of those outside toxins, heavy metals and organic compounds, and even radiation of various types, things that are not natural for you. So if we focus first on mitochondria, repair and turning up energy, then what starts happening is the DNA that your mitochondria produces to carry out mitochondrial energy production is now not damaged. Now those processes to create energy inside your cell get turned up, and then you can function better.
Okay.
So there it is in a nutshell.
That makes so much sense. The guy was a genius to think of it, of dealing with
Really?
it in this manner. He really was. You know,
And this is his third year after 5 years of total research, 3 years and third generation of this product. And he was just way out in front of everybody in his understanding of what drives changes in our body, what the best way to fix our bodies. Would you like to hear Dr. Archbishop McCall talking about his eyes?
Yes.
Let's talk about, hear him talk about, and this is a condition of diabetes, by the way. So hang on as I pull that up.
There's nothing we can do to improve your vision. What would you have to say to anybody who's having an eye challenge who is told that, Archbishop? What would you say to them based on your experience?
Based on what I've experienced so far and all that I anticipate is don't believe it. When I went to this new retina specialist, first thing she told me is you had 3 surgeries so far. You need to complete and have some more. And I let her know that I'm not interested in having any other surgery. And she was reading the report. I said, what I'd like you to do is examine my eyes yourself, and let's not rely on what you see written there. And she said she intended to. So she examined my eyes, and while she's examining and doing what she needs to do, she's saying, wow. And I said, what's going on? And she says, I don't see any evidence of diabetes in your retinas, other than she can see the surgical procedures that I had, but she doesn't see any evidence of diabetes in my eyes. And she said, what are you doing? And I told her, well, by the grace of God, I'm using Restore with XDS technology. It's a supplement. And she said, well, I don't know, but I'm going to tell you this, whatever you're doing, don't stop doing it. Keep doing it. And your retinas your things are getting better. And she can tell that I'm seeing better based on the eye test that they were giving me for reading. And when I am more disciplined in my eating habits, but it's not that. It's this XDS technology.
All right, Archbishop, thank you for that. You know, we have had people who are legally blind regain their sight, all of this stuff. So don't take our word for it, though. Make sure you get Restore 3.0. Thank you again, Archbishop.
So there it is. I mean, that was just an example. And we've got a multitude of them for people to go listen. Find the thing that you're facing. Find what's wrong. And understand there's an answer. And Archbishop, how powerful is that? 3 operations, he's being checked for another one. And the doctor said, I don't see a sign of diabetes in your eyes. That is a major, major thing. I do not hear you. Are you
Oops,
still
sorry.
with?
I
Oh, there you
I
are.
muted myself. I'm sorry, because there was some outside noise. But anyway, I have someone is asking about cataract surgery. Has anyone had any testimonials about cataract?
Yes, we've got a number of cataracts, macular degeneration, detached retinas. Yes.
What level? How much do they take? Do they take more than the average?
That's an excellent point. Here's the dosage. The dosage is 4/5, 4 milliliters, I should say. That's 4/5 of a teaspoon. It comes with an eyedropper that has a measurement to 1 mil. So 4 of those eyedroppers, 4 mils, is a daily dose. And you take it by putting it under your tongue and hold it as long as you can before you swallow. We want it to soak right into your bloodstream, all right, under your tongue, through your cheeks, and finally you swallow, and that's fine. But we want it to work through your bloodstream before it gets through your gut. So that's great. And now, how much do some people use? Listen, we've got folks on various issues, whether it's an eyesight issue or a blood pressure issue or other serious issues, kidney issues, uh, all the things you can imagine, to include chemotherapy. We've got some people taking 4 doses a day, but the regular dose is a great way to get started. And some people take that 4 eyedroppers, 4 droppers, and break it into 2 servings, 2 when they wake up, 2 at lunch. People double dosing would take 2 at when they wake up, 2 at 10 in the morning, 2 at noon, 2 at mid afternoon. It's kind of like getting it like an IV drip. You want to get it all day long. But look, you cannot take too much. You cannot overdose. That's not what this is. So, and people settle on the right dosage once they get going and they get understanding it. Most folks double up at least for the first couple of weeks they've got it.
And it's important to hold it in your mouth, as you suggested. Well, digestion really begins in your mouth, and so absorption begins in your mouth. And by doing what you said, that kind of gets it working right away, without mixed with other things in your stomach. So that's pretty awesome there. What about, there's some of the neuropathy is very common in people with diabetes as well. Have you had any results with that, with putting the gel on those areas?
Listen, that's one of the main things. People that have that have it in their feet, in their hands. We've had a dramatic impact for an awful lot of people. Now, neuropathy is something that you don't just put it on your feet, as an example, and call it good. You need to rub it into your feet 3 times a day. You need to get serious, get a little heat going. This is where what you described, putting some oil in that jar, rejuvenates, important. So put some oil in there and massage it into your feet 3 times a day. You will have an impact. Listen, we have free phone calls every Saturday and Monday. On Saturday, we played a testimonial of someone who had a corn. If you can imagine a corn disappear, that's astounding.
Wow.
And the reason it works the way it does with neuropathy, and neuropathy affects a lot of things, including balance. Bill Critchfield, who had this serious problem with varicose veins, also had severe neuropathy. He's now walking without his walker. Neuropathy affects your balance. He's walking without his walker. He's walking around fine because of the circulation improvement that comes in the capillaries when you use this gel. We've got a lady in New Jersey, Grace's sister, was in the hospital to get 3 toes on her left foot amputated. She kept her toes. Her toes are fine now because the circulation improved. So, yep, has a big impact.
Awesome. Someone made a comment, feet absorb magnificently.
You're right. Laurel knows what she's talking about.
Oh, okay. Someone wants me to post a link. Yes, I will. I'll do it right now. HTTPS.
Yeah.
Don't
And
drink.
I'll verbalize what you're posting. It's moremito.com, moremito.com, then a / and then Gail of Gaia. You cannot buy direct from the company. We wouldn't know you without Gail, just like we're not going to know the people you know until you tell them about us. So that's how you find it. And listen, let me assure all of you, we have a 30-day money back, empty jar, no questions asked guarantee. So
You can't beat that. So
yeah, all you can do is get better.
So we have wonderful testimonials from many, many people. We have a product that works with proof. So I would encourage people to give it a try. And I have to tell you, when I found out about this product and even began to try it, I was more concerned with being able to have it available to me than whatever the compensation plan was. I have a tendency to do that with the products because I pick out the product that I think has the kind of quality that really is going to work for people and actually make a difference in their life. So that's what I try to do. And thank you very much.
Well said. If the product doesn't work, nothing else matters. This product works. That's why we've got no questions asked, money back guarantee. Let me mention something else because you mentioned it, and that's the compensation plan. Look, everybody, we don't advertise. Everything we do is word of mouth. So yes, we pay you for referring people to us. You cannot buy direct from the company, but let me tell you something. We created a one-of-a-kind product. It's not me too. There's nothing else like it. We created a one-of-a-kind company. There's no cost to join. There's no monthly cost to be here. There's no required auto ship. You hear that a lot. You got to buy something. You don't have to buy anything here. If you decide to share in compensation, you don't even have to buy anything to get compensation. One purchase can qualify 2 people. And as far as getting paid, we don't pay monthly, we don't pay weekly, we don't pay daily. When a purchase happens, your compensation is in your back office to use, either as Mito cash or as regular cash. You'll learn more about that if you decide to get involved. So we've got a one-of-a-kind company to support a one-of-a-kind product. There's nothing like us, just like there's nothing like Gail of Gaia. We're pleased to be tied in with you.
I am honored to be able to bring this type of product to my audience. It's just it just makes me feel good because I know I got something that can really work for people, and if they're willing to try it and give it a whirl, they will be satisfied. And we know that not everybody is always works the same for everybody, but it sure looks like it does if it at different levels. But the beauty of it is too, if for some reason, after a fair trial, you don't think it's working for you, you can get your money back.
Just call us and get your money back. That's right.
I bet you don't have many of those calls, do you?
Not very many. That's right.
Well, I think unless there's something, is there anything else we need to bring up, Dale? That
I don't think so. I think we've covered it all. If anybody has questions, contact Gail. Or you can also call us at moremito.com. Bottom of the webpage has a phone number. Be sure and mention Gail and ask any questions. It's staffed pretty much all the time. We're here to answer your questions.
And I have in the description, I have listed Star's phone number. She can help you with enrollment because I'm very busy all the time and it's hard for me to talk on the phone long for people. But if you look at that phone number, you can call that number as well as the company, but just mention my name so I get credit for that. So I can get more Mito.
That's right. That's what it's all
about. All right. Well, I can't thank you enough, Dale, for taking the time to bring this important information forward about this wonderful product. Those are the only kind of products I'll carry, are ones that are wonderful and really help people. So I think if you have any of the issues that we've talked about, you really should give it a try, and feel free to go to the website and listen to any of the testimonials. Like Dale was saying, all you have to do is find one that might be something that is affecting you, listen to that and then see what you think.
There you
So-
go. And send us a text, that phone number at the bottom of the page. You can also text it. If you've got a particular issue, text us. We'll get back to you with testimonials to listen to. Thank you so much, Gail.
All righty then. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. And may your blessings be many. And I'll talk to you again soon. Thank you, Dale.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever, never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever, never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. Watch me now, I feel the spotlight shining down. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail Guy, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And I have a real treat today. I have Lieutenant Colonel in Green Beret, Ivan Raiklin, and I am so happy to have him on, and he will give us some great intel, I am sure. So let me bring him on.
I like
Welcome,
that.
Ivan.
Grazing on, what did you say, ideas?
Grazing on wild ideas.
Grazing on wild ideas. I'm going to go ahead and post that right now on my X account for people to tune in.
Well, thank you for that.
There, I just posted it. So yeah, absolutely fantastic. Thanks for inviting me on the show. I love doing shows. Anybody that wants to interview me, please reach out. info@raiklin.com. It's simple.
Fantastic. Yeah, there's some people I'd like to see you on, so I'm going to suggest you to some people too, because they have bigger platforms than I do. I'm working on mine, but it's they took me down, and that hurt really big.
Yeah, I know the feeling. So they basically did that digitally and physically to me, and now, well, we start to go transition from defense into the other side of defense.
Yes. No, I named this the title of this The List, and I don't know if my listening audience knows about what you're doing or so on. So why don't you go ahead and explain that a little bit, and we'll take it from there. Okay.
All right, let me explain for the lemmings and the haters out there that are going to be watching in, because after all the probably about a dozen attack pieces that were done on me yesterday in cadence, in unison, I want to address them specifically.
Okay.
So since, I don't know, it was January, February, I came up with an idea that I kind of am angry at myself for not thinking of it sooner, particularly at about the same time that Elon Musk purchased Twitter. But I didn't kind of know where his stance on everything was, so that had to develop. So I thought to myself, what is the fastest way for the American public to learn about all of the government corruption that I've been witness to, either as a first or second row seat, and then through my investigations, right? And I thought to myself, people go through that list. Well, the DOJ, right? Well, if the DOJ is complicit in that corruption, obviously they're not going to investigate themselves.
Exactly.
So if the government's not going to do it, and then if the Congress is either complicit or just toxic, feckless cowards, then while you can work with some of them, they're still not going to have the courage to go ahead and do what should have been done back in January of last year that Anna Paulina Luna is trying to do today in order to hold Merrick Garland in inherent contempt, so that the Speaker of the House orders his Sergeant at Arms, Bill McFarland, to go ahead and detain, arrest, and haul in Merrick Garland and others. So we're moving that Overton window, where we actually have a good chunk of Congress members, maybe even majority, I'm not sure what the vote is yet, on actually doing the maximum allowable under their authority to hold the scum to account. So having said that, I thought to myself, how do I, as a private citizen, what can I do with my background, knowledge, expertise, network, experience, to be able to come up with a strategy to hold these individuals to account? The first phase of holding people to account is that you have to create due process, right? And the due process is, even though they don't provide it to us, all they do is political violence in the form of, burning down cities in 2020, or in the form of political assassinations like they did the JFK, RFK, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., so on and so forth. They do political violence like they did in 2021, where U.S. Capitol Police officer murdered Ashley Babbitt, and then a D.C. Metropolitan Police officer murdered an unarmed, peaceful election integrity rally attendee by the name of Roseanne Boylan. And so that's the political violence that they're doing. And so it begs the question of, how do we as Americans stop that lawlessness from taking place? Well, the very first thing that has to be done is to educate the country that that's what's going on. And the reason why we have to educate them is because those same individuals that come conducted the political violence are the ones that are censoring away the truth of their political violence from being exposed, and instead they push their fake narrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so who is in the best position to, at scale, at least nationally in the United States, be able to change the narrative in a substantive way with full receipts behind it to expose these scum? Well, this is when I ventured out with my team to put together what's known as the Deep State Target List. Okay. Now they're trying to frame that list as, oh, they're trying to label me as attempting to do what they already do. And again, they conduct political violence, right?
They sure do.
I always advocate for legal, moral, ethical, peaceful, and patriotic consequences to the max. Okay. So, under that framework, how do we get there? Phase one, we have to basically monitor what Elon Musk is saying and take him for his word. So when he says on December 10th of 2022 that Twitter is both a social media company and a crime scene, it would be interesting for him to release the crime scene evidence that he's referring to. And so that, coupled with the following day, I believe, he writes in a tweet on December 11th of 2022, his pronouns are arrest/Fauci. Okay?
I can't believe that man is still walking free.
With those two tweets in particular, again, late 2022, by January, when we were basically trying to ensure that Kevin McCarthy would not be the speaker, at least I had a very large role in that, through publishing 13 articles in Substack explaining how he would not pass a security clearance if he were to go through a security clearance process, a counterintelligence investigation, a proper one through the executive branch in the national security ecosystem. But he's a politician, so whatever. I wanted to expose that. So fast forward, we change out speakers of the House, and in that process, before we change out Speaker of the House, I was thinking, like, how do we motivate Elon Musk or get on his radar and attention that he's sitting on a trove of evidence that will prove every single criminal conspiracy going back 10 years that Mike Benz is talking about, that Tucker Carlson is talking about, that Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi have started to expose through the Twitter files? How do we get, as a country, the single person that holds the entire evidentiary pool of communications of these seditious co-conspirators, put that all together, and then dump it out for the entire country to see, so that those lemmings that were duped by the very same individuals that are doing the hit pieces on me, how do we expose them for the political violence that they committed? And how do we expose them for the censorship industrial complex? How do we expose them for the illegal spying operations that they've been doing on American citizens, and to the tune of millions of illegal FISA queries on regular American citizens, and so on and so forth? So, with my background in 25 years in the national security ecosystem, culminating in teaching what our national security ecosystem looks like to our up-and-coming intel analysts in our country, I took that knowledge, expertise, and background, applied it to my personal life and my personal mission to go ahead and determine who within each agency within our government was responsible for all of these criminal conspiracies going back 10 years, starting in 2014, and then more so, I guess, in 2016, when they launched an illegal spying operation on one of the candidates for president. Okay, and a former general that was and still is lauded and is going to go down as the most consequential and most respected general in our nation's history, maybe only second to General George Washington.
Is that Quinn?
Yes, absolutely. I started to scratch the surface, if you will, and started to identify names. So we take a look. In 2016, who within the FBI and the CIA were involved in the illegal spying operation? And so I started to create categories of this list. So we started at the institutional level that people were talking about. Then we started to identify which individuals within those institutions, former and current members, were involved. Then we started to look at which individuals and what date, time, and place they conducted that illegal, at a minimum, constitutional violation of our rights, but more likely than not, the treasonous activity known as, well, I said it, treason. Okay?
It's amazing.
And so the list includes names, or I should say categories, like the 39 individuals within our U.S. government at the time that unmasked illegally General Michael T. Flynn to spy on him. And then we start to see why they did it. One of those names is Jamie Raskin's wife, Sarah Raskin. Sarah Raskin, Jamie Raskin's wife. Reminder, Jamie Raskin then became the impeachment hoax number 2, lead impeachment manager, so that they could start to create 2 narratives. 1, to promote an insurrection, and 2, to cover up the actual Fedsurrection. Okay?
Fedsurrection, I like that. Yeah.
So that's just one name on the list, and another name on that list was dementia patient, Chinese Communist Party ambassador to the U.S. that's squatting in our White House, China Joe, right? Manchurian candidate, failed vice president, Joe Biden. He also unmasked General Flynn. So as you start to go into details of that list, well, now that you see the list, you identify the treasonous behavior that they conducted. I've already seen the evidence for myself. That's sufficient for me to convict in the court of public opinion. Now I have to take on the role of trying to get other folks that have bigger platforms to see the same evidence that I've seen, but I have to present it in a very compelling manner so that I can still come out as a credible source articulating this evidence while all of them that are on my list are attacking me. So the way that I thought of how do I make it so that, unknown Ivan Raiklin can break out of the noise on the internet and actually at scale start to educate the country on all these criminal scum. Well, one way to do it is to leverage the systems that are already in place. So when the U.S. House of Representatives opened back up in January of 2023, I leveraged C-SPAN to go ahead and plant myself behind the largest and biggest hearings that will be viewed by the American public, and I'm sitting there as I sit nice and peacefully, patriotically behind the people that are on my list. Starting with, let's name a few. Merrick Garland, Lloyd Austin, Mark Milley, Ali Mayorkas, Christopher Wray, Anthony Fauci, Miss Walensky, Dr. Walensky, right? And so as I sit there peacefully and patriotically behind those individuals, I garner more attention to my content, to the point where a National Poison Radio reporter comes up to me at a Weaponization Committee hearing, NPR, National Poison Radio. And so she basically starts to ask me questions, and I happen to turn on my phone's recording, and I record that interaction. And that interaction turns into tens of millions of views. And in that, I explain. I have a list. And it's categorized by 39 that unmasked Flynn, the 51 former, mostly CIA officers that provided cover for the Biden criminal syndicate laptop, right? One of them then resulted in being the staff director for the Mike Pence's beloved Liz Cheney and Nancy Pelosi's beloved Benny Thompson's January 6th Fedsurrection cover-up committee, right?
Yeah.
So I present
Exactly.
all the evidence of all these relationships and why they were there and picked. It's pretty evident once you connect the dots of their motivations and goals, where they created a target list, and their target list, this is how they actioned it. They actioned it through political violence. I'll name some examples. They swatted Steve Bannon. They kidnapped Steve Bannon. They went ahead and conducted a armed robbery of Peter Navarro at an airport and kidnapped him. They also did a kidnapping and a live streamed SWAT raid of Roger Stone. They did this. They set the precedent. Okay? So, if that's fine and dandy, and those individuals that conducted that have not been held to account, in fact, the guy that murdered Ashley Babbitt was promoted to captain from lieutenant.
Unbelievable.
Okay?
Yeah.
And the lady, Lila Morris, when I say the guy that murdered Ashley Babbitt, Michael Byrd, U.S. Capitol Police Officer, promoted to captain, and protected by the entire cabal, many listed on my list. And then the lady, Lila Morris, that murdered Roseanne Boylan outside of the Capitol. She was a peaceful, unarmed election justice rally attendee. Lila Morris was sent over to the Super Bowl to be lauded as a brilliant political violent actor on behalf of the cabal, along with a couple of her colleagues. This is what they do to those on their side that conduct political violence. Okay?
Well, okay. Oh, go ahead. I was just going to bring up Antifa and Black Lives Matter as far as political violence.
That's the political violence I'm referring to. Mm-hmm. So these are domestic terrorists, and they should be treated as such, in my humble opinion. I think 100% of the country agrees with that. Now, the bots that they deployed against us obviously aren't going to agree with that. But the first thing that Elon Musk did was remove the bots so that actual humans could engage and interact. And once that happens, guess what? Human beings counter the false narrative and the disinformation promulgated by the bots, right? And the paid actors, paid by, the paid affiliates of the Chinese Communist Party, Biden, right, and his syndicate, and then other subordinate surrogates to the Biden criminal syndicate, amplifying them so that they can create new revenue streams in the form of mutilating yourself and then taking medicine so that you stay stable as you mutilate body parts, lop off your penis, slap on a vagina, and vice versa. And they're trying to promote that, right?
That's insane.
As healthy activity. Anyway, I kind of go on a tangent. Let's get back to the list and the phases that are required in order to be able to create consequences for those that have committed these crimes that are in Elon Musk's holdings within Twitter, as evidenced already by the Twitter files. Okay? So then phase one is you have to expose the jury pool, which is America, to this lawless activity. It was phased. Remove the bots, the fake information, promote the truthful information in a methodical way, and then start to amplify it, and then counter all the lies. So we have a somewhat compliant House of Representatives helping amplify that, and Elon Musk. So then how do we merge those two things together? Well, there needs to be a conduit and a liaison, if you will. Well, I took on that role as the deep state marauder, where I'm constantly in the House. I'm constantly in the hearings to amplify those hearings so that more Americans can see what Congress and Chairman Comer of the Oversight Committee, Chairman Jordan of the Weaponization and Judiciary, Chairman Mark Green of the Homeland Security Committee, Chairman Brad Wenstrup of the Subcommittee on COVID Select, Chairman of the Oversight Subcommittee on House Administration, Barry Loudermilk, because no one watches those hearings unless there is a witness that is interesting, and if it's not an interesting witness or no one's covering it, then someone from the independent information landscape that has a significant reach and platform needs to be in there amplifying it in the arena. In the absence of anybody else stepping up and doing that, that is where I fill that leadership void, because no one else is stepping in the breach, except for Ashley Babbitt's mother and a wife of one of the politically persecuted political hostages, Nicole Reffitt, and a couple of others. That's really it in terms of those that have stepped into the breach to be leaders in exposing the rot, corruption in our government, and leveraging the House of Representatives and the free media play of C-SPAN, coupled with the social media amplification to get the message out. And then luckily on May 15th of this year, when the National Poison Radio so-called journalist, reporter, approached me, that piece of content got, just on my account alone, 10 million views, and then across all platforms, probably in the tens of millions.
That's fantastic.
I laid out bait that I baited in the radical left mainstream legacy media, which culminated yesterday. And they brilliantly took the bait like clockwork. And it was so glorious, because there's a hit piece on every single major radical left outfit out there, which only now increases my name ID to now be able to explain what I was doing. I was specifically using rhetoric that was borderline, let's just say, spicy, to get them to pay attention and to get them to be a little concerned, okay? And now I get to explain that what they are concerned about is exactly what I'm concerned about. I don't want political violence in the form of live stream swatting raids like you guys did on Roger Stone. That is unacceptable. You must be held to account for that. I don't accept the political violence of basically conducting a armed robbery of Mike Lindell in a Hardee's parking lot. I don't accept political violence when you go and conduct an armed robbery of Congressman Scott Perry, House Freedom Caucus chairman, when you go ahead and seize his phones without any lawful predicate to do so. I don't like political violence when you go after and conduct armed robbery in a parking lot of John Eastman, an attorney of his devices. And the list goes on. I don't like the political violence of, like I said before, of you murdering First Amendment peaceful and unarmed election justice rally attendees. Ashley Babbitt, Roseanne Boylan. And so now I get to call you out for it. So now they call me the Secretary of Retribution now. I need to make a couple of corrections to their claim. They say that, when Donald Trump comes back into office, if you listen to my words carefully, my plan is with or without a President Trump. If there is a President Trump, great. I would enlist his participation in helping to create accountability for these lawless actors. It would help, I think, if he was in office.
Yes, it would.
But absent him, like if the people on my list, and make sure that President Trump does not return into office, and you can look at the list, it's about 350 plus people. That's pretty much the network analysis of those that are working very diligently behind the scenes to guarantee Trump does not return into office. Well, if they're successful, I still want to create a mechanism within our nation that is able to then hold those people to account. And that includes enlisting the American public to understand that their activity and behavior is unacceptable. And those Americans that consume and understand this through training and advising them, that they need to lean on their counties, law enforcement entities, their state law enforcement entities, to then work with Elon Musk to release the mother of all Twitter files that showcases this seditious criminal conspiracy of all those listed on the, probably all the listed on the list.
And then some.
And then take that geolocated data, and then some, absolutely, take that geolocated data associated with their Twitter DMs, because many of them have Twitter accounts, and showcase the communications that they had within their Twitter DMs, between those Twitter accounts and those names with employees at Twitter 1.0, namely Jim Baker of the FBI, former general counsel, who was the number 2 lawyer at Twitter 1.0. And then more broadly, look at the emails, the internal Slack channels, and those direct messages of the Twitter accounts to then, in the collective, produce a list by category that I provided with all the communications that support them being on my list, but then furthermore supports them being collating that information, and then determine where those communications took place by jurisdiction and provide that evidence to the appropriate law enforcement entities throughout the country. For example, name the county of the 3,143 county and county equivalents where that criminal action took place. So then you provide your
Maricopa.
Then you provide your evidence to the sheriff, the DA, and you publicly disclose it. Maybe you do a targeted ad for every single person that has an account, or you do a targeted campaign for that county, all the residents, to let them know this former or current federal actor conducted treason in your county, or whatever crime it is, the face toileting, the forced face toileting, which is child asphyxiation, child abuse, child neglect, right? Child mutilation, when you forced a mask or a clot shot on someone.
Yeah.
And then you start to motivate your citizenry to demand that their law enforcement at the county level conduct exactly in a legal, moral, ethical, due process sort of fashion the most peaceful and patriotic experience of that defendant's life. One example of that is what they did to Roger Stone. Another example of that could be what they did to Peter Navarro. Another example could be what they did to Steve Bannon. Yet another example could be what they did to Scott Perry, John Eastman, Mike Lindell, or what they did to Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Mike Pence. Those are the range of options. But I don't ever advocate for them to do what was done by Michael Byrd to Ashley Babbitt. I don't advocate for the list to be actioned just like when Nancy Pelosi covered up for Michael Byrd's murder of Ashley Babbitt. That's political violence to the extreme. I don't want that to occur, but there is a legal process to hold those individuals to account to the max. And that's what I'm calling for, is maximum accountability based on authority. And if there's not enough people, because there's going to be so many people exposed in this process, if there's not enough law enforcement at the county and state level to action all of these individuals, as part of my conversation, I say, hey, through the legal process of deputization that certain jurisdictions have to deputize citizens after they're trained, advised, equipped, and deputized legally, there are tens of thousands of us that have the training already. We would just need a little bit of the legal framework so that we're making sure that we are properly supporting that law enforcement entity within the jurisdiction, to be able to assist with the proper legal, moral, and ethical culmination of when you have enough evidence to arrest someone. And I'm talking about the tens of thousands of us that were unlawfully thrown out of the military because they forced us into an experimental product, or tried to, known as the DNA mutilation injection, the myocarditis making heart exploding product.
Right.
So
And testicle exploding too.
I've laid out that plan, and they don't like it that I am talking to Jim Comer and Jim Jordan and every other person that has the appropriate jurisdiction that would be in a position to do so. Now, whether or not they implement this play, again, it's the most legal, moral, and ethical, peaceful, and patriotic play in our country's history. I can't coerce others. I mean, that would be kind of extortion, right? I can only, in the court of public opinion, create First Amendment sounds that, to this point, tens of millions of people support. So now we wait on Elon Musk for around September 3rd or so to go ahead and from now until then put together the most brilliant, beautiful piece of artwork known as the mother of all Twitter files. And maybe he works with Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi, whom I've communicated with, to lay that out. And I don't even need to be part of the equation. I'll just keep making my First Amendment peaceful and patriotic, legal, moral, and ethical First Amendment protected sounds.
It's absolutely critical that we have that First Amendment. I mean, we might as well give up if we don't. That is.
So phase one, they're afraid. That's why the hit pieces. You know what? Can I quote one of the things?
Oh, sure. Please do.
They even said, I put out, if you go to my X account, you can see exactly how I've been responding. So some of these hit pieces, individuals that are complicit, and they're on my list. So they reach out to Jamie Raskin for a comment. And Jamie Raskin says, oh, he's calling on Speaker Johnson and Senator Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to denounce political violence. I'm like, great. We agree on something, Jamie Raskin. Let's agree that you need to stop the political violence of murdering people. You, Jamie Raskin, need to stop the political violence of going after your political opponents. Okay? So, I don't know if you're frozen. Hello?
What? You're fine. I'm hearing you. Oh, now he's gone. He'll be back, though, I'm sure. Okay. Okay.
I don't know what happened there. You froze for a second.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. Well.
What? I don't know if I froze. Did I?
No, you didn't. At least not that I noticed.
Anyhow, just to summarize everything I said to this point, I had to create First Amendment sounds that would draw them in.
Right.
They came in and they took it hook, line, and sinker when they deployed that National Poison Radio girl, and then subsequently started reporting on it through raw sewage. I mean, some people pronounce it raw stupid. I think the publication. Probably raw sewage is the proper pronunciation. And some of these other ones. And I suspect that maybe New Oak Slimes and Washington Compost may jump into the mix with the pylon. But maybe not, because it is so damning. Like, when they bring my name ID up, if they're in this dilemma, because my name ID is sufficient enough that if they conduct what they've been doing to Roger Stone and Peter Navarro and all those on me, it only forces people to look at my work, right? My body of work at scale.
True.
Millions.
They used
which
to
then
say
exposes them even more.
Yeah.
So then they're in this precarious position of they can only attempt to discredit me, because if they just let me go, they tried to censor me, and they did, and they bought time. 4 years they bought time. So they censored me off of all the different platforms. Then they physically started to surveil and censor me. But after all these investigations, as I call it out, and they can't find anything on me, they're in this precarious position of, like, if you're the enemy, I'm saying them, what can you do to Ivan? You got to do the cancel culture thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
they're good at
as
that.
long as Elon and as long as you allow me to talk to you on your, you guys decide if I'm going to be on your platform, right? And if you think my content's compelling, by all means, I am on a rampage in the most peaceful and patriotic way to go ahead and express and expose why. Like, let's take a look at the list and let's determine why they're on the list. The purpose and intent of my list is to illuminate those individuals, what institutions they work for, their names, and what they did by category. And then for other people to fact check and law check and do a check on everything that I provided to determine whether or not I'm saying is true or not. Guess what? That's kind of what critical thinking is.
Yeah, fact checking. I call it censorship. That's what it is. They're not checking facts, because I've seen facts that they checked that were true that they said weren't true. So
I revel in the attacks. It's just absolutely beautiful and brilliant. They took the bait, and I'm thankful that they're, luckily, I still have so far, knock on wood, I have a little bit more IQ points than the double digits that most of these folks have. And so we'll keep making a laughing stock out of them. I don't know what to say.
You know what they say in Hollywood, or I was told, they say every knock is a boost, and that's exactly what's happening. So when they talk bad about you, all it does is make more people look at what you're saying. And that's really critical, because one of the problems I think that we have is the American public is not educated about any of this. They think,
yes, I mean, I'm all over, right? So I don't, they're coming up with these bombshells like, oh, we've just exposed the list. You know what? I sent that to Elon. I sent it to Schellenberger, Matt Taibbi, Comer, Loudermilk, Johnson, who else? Comer, all these people, right? But the thing is that they haven't yet acted on it, or have they? That's for the American public to decide as things start to trickle out. Keep in mind that the last couple of Twitter files releases by Michael Schellenberger, guess what? He is exposing exactly the same people on my list. Laura Loomer, take a look at her Twitter feed. It was either today or yesterday. Who did she go into in-depth detail of? The first 17 of the 51? Spies who lied? Well, she didn't quite get to the point where she exposed David Buckley, who's on that list. He's the guy that the Uniparty cabal decided to put as the staff director for the January 6th cover-up committee in the 117th Congress. I've already done all this. I'm just trying to drag Congress and the rest of the American public to understand that these guys need to be held to account, and then America will decide on what that looks like. I'm just telling folks that I'm ready, willing, and able to be deputized. Now, should that call for me to be deputized to action these folks? For example, if the inherent contempt vote passes today in Congress for Merrick Garland, I'm 15, 20 minutes away. I can go ahead and kit up and be deputized by this House Sergeant at Arms to volunteer to be the first guy in the stack as we go in and conduct the physical detention of Merrick Garland, whether it be in his office in D.C. at the Department of Justice, or whether it be at his home in Maryland. I'm not advocating for anything outside of normal legal process that is done by law enforcement.
Well, we do
I'm
have
just specifying what the process looks like. And then as I specify what the process looks like and why it should happen, everyone listening in starts to demand that it happens. And that's why they squirm.
That's going to happen because the biggest problem here is the American people have not known, because they've been brainwashed and poisoned, and that certainly affects their thinking. But there are those, at least some, that have been able to overcome that or get past that. And they are in the process of educating, like yourself, educating other people, finding out what's really going on. And these representatives are not doing anything for the American people. They're doing everything for illegal immigrants, for themselves, and for so-called foreign countries. I think that they actually, the foreign aid is more aid to themselves than anything else. Not to
Yeah,
mention,
I mean, 10% of that aid has to go to the big guy. 1 or 2% has to go to Mitch McConnell PAC. Another 1 or 2% has to go to Chuck Schumer PAC. And then the other 1 or 2% has to go to Nancy Pelosi PAC and Kevin McCarthy PAC.
and I heard Zelensky's wife, right after they got the aid that they got, just bought like
They're in D.C. today.
$4.5 million car. Isn't that nice?
I'm not sure about that, but I mean, possible.
Yeah. Well,
but
maybe
he's begging for more money because he knows
I
has
think
to get more. They have to pay him more money for ransom if he's going to avoid exposing the Biden criminal syndicate as that relates to their 10% for the big eye operation in Ukraine. Yep. So it's up to us. I mean, it's up to us, right? Everybody's captured. There's only a few in Congress that I'm working with because they are, they have exhibited signs of courage. Anna Paulina Luna obviously has exhibited maximum courage as she's been pushing forward. She was able to do that because Matt Gaetz paved the way by removing a complicit uniparty actor known as Kevin McCarthy. So God bless him for doing that. And now we move on to there's a few of them out there, and there's enough of them out there when they work with us as we expose it. And with Elon Musk, with these other platforms such as Getter, Rumble, Truth, Telegram, you started listing them off right before we started recording.
Yeah.
We don't have to rely on Facebook because Mark Zuckerberg's complicit with the old fraud cheese of the world, right? Yeah. So let's kind of think this through. If Elon Musk's pronouns are arrest Fauci, then his next pronoun that he should probably transition to is going to be arrest Mark Zuckerberg, because he probably sees the communications, right? There's a lot of communications, emails that are within Twitter holdings that can be sifted through in the proper legal, moral, and ethical way. Maybe it doesn't have to come out in the form of a mother of all Twitter files where it's just raw release. But Elon Musk can work with the appropriate committees, whether it's Oversight Comer, Weaponization and Judiciary with Jim Jordan, as it applies to the Fedsurrection with Loudermilk and his team, in order to come up with a mechanism of an appropriate release of exposing all the seditious conspiracy, geotag it so that appropriate attorneys general and county law enforcement officials can go ahead and lawfully action those targets. And you're going to see that I only helped them out by basically saying, hey, here's the list of who you should illuminate and look into. And if there's nothing there, Elon, then guess what? They're not going to be part of the mother of all Twitter files release. But those that are, guess what? It would be not convenient. It would be very appropriate to put that out so that we can restore a constitutional republic to some semblance of law and order. Using Elon's own tweets and language. Make crime illegal again, he's saying.
Really.
So let's do that. Let's make crime illegal again. Let's go ahead and clear up the election system. He's been tweeting about that over the last few days. And then let's go ahead and, as he mentioned, I think it was yesterday, let's go ahead and motivate attorneys general to go ahead and prosecute these folks.
That needs to happen. That's one of the biggest things that I hear back from listeners of the show is why isn't anything done? Nothing ever happens. They can do whatever they want and they get away with it. And that is what's been happening over there.
Yeah, and then rather than trying to do a FOIA or reach out to the classified information that they classified in the executive branch or in the government or FOIA the government, we're going nowhere. Elon Musk is sitting on the trove of, not all, about a third of the people on the list have Twitter accounts. I'm going to name some. So some of the individuals mentioned as sources for these hit pieces on me is a gal by the name of Julie Farnham. She was the deputy director. She was the deputy of Intel and Interagency Coordination Division at U.S. Capitol Police on January 6th. That didn't provide the intelligence that there would be, that would have been the intelligence that the former Capitol Police chief could have used to convince Pelosi to allow him to protect the Capitol. They deliberately wanted the Capitol breached, right? And it was her boss, Sean Gallagher, that previously had spent quite a bit of time as the head of dignitary protection, meaning he protected all the senior leaders, both parties. So that means he has dirt on both sides of the aisle. And so he was the one that protected, I should say, only provided the intelligence to Chuck Schumer's head of security, right? So as you start to like dig and scratch like I've done over thousands and maybe tens of thousands of hours, they don't want somebody like me looking into them.
Exactly.
Because it exposes them. You know, the whole adage, when you have I'm the magnifying glass, right? Like deep state marauder, whatever you want to say, I am America's magnifying glass. I identify the ant, known as the person on my list, and then I try to place the magnifying glass in the perfect position between the ant and the sun.
I like that. That's a good one. Okay.
And that's it. And then I'm trying to get people to observe as I, get it focused in properly.
Why do they think that if the truth about the 2020 election comes out, that's going to cause a war? Or why isn't that brought to light? I heard the watermark ballot.
Wait,
Yeah.
so you're asking me why isn't the FBI director Chris Wray holding to account his own foreign influence task force section chief Laura Demlow? Why isn't he stopping her from coordinating with her senior supervisory intelligence analyst Brian Otten, from coordinating with the FBI's field office in San Francisco, Joe Pientka and Elvis Chan, as they coordinate with Twitter 1.0 number 2 lawyer Jim Baker, whom they all worked with when he was the general counsel at the FBI? Why isn't Chris Wray telling all of them to stop the censorship industrial complex so that they actually allow for clear information to come out that the 2020 election was abjectly illegal across 39, at a minimum 39 states? Why isn't Chris Wray allowing for the truth to come out about the the unsafe and ineffective clot shots? It's because it's because the official fact checker for Twitter 1.0 was Reuters. Remember that British outfit, the disinformation purveyor? Reuters?
Wow.
You heard of that one, right?
I can't. Yeah.
Reuters. I think it's pronounced Reuters, but there is no D in the spelling. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Of that outfit. And so Reuters, the official fact checker for Twitter 1.0, the CEO of Reuters was on the board of Pfizer.
Oh, wow.
So now you know why everyone was censored and canceled when they said, hey, I just died from the clot shot. Oh, I just had a heart explosion from the clot shot. Oh my God, I can't breathe. I'm starting to twitch from the clot shot. My DNA is mutilated. No, because the official fact checker told you can't say that because it cut into their sales.
That's why my YouTube got taken down. Yeah, that's
now
why
you know why your CommieTube account was taken down.
Exactly.
Now you guys know why my Hodge Twins interview was taken down.
They took that one down. That was a good one.
The only one of all the interviews that the Hodge Twins have done, I think, that they posted on CommieTube, that was censored out. That means, just like Tucker says, you don't silence false information. You don't censor it. You only go after truthful information.
Wow.
So I suggest people to watch that epic 3-hour journey, which is only scratching the surface of my knowledge of all these deep state scum. I have a dossier on every single one of them.
I bet you do. And you have one on Fauci, right? Because I have a dossier on him. If you don't have it,
I mean, everybody does. I refer you to read good old, probably the best book is going to be RFK Jr.'s book on the real Anthony Fauci.
Yeah,
and so you can see why he should be addressed, serviced as part of the list by Elon Musk's release of the mother of all Twitter files. So I want to see the evidence. Elon, please provide the evidence that you have and why you labeled Twitter as a crime scene that resulted in your pronouns to change to arrest Fauci. Please. And do that
Please,
around
Elon.
September 3rd, because that would be perfect.
Yes,
It'll
please,
be right
Elon.
after the RNC and DNC conventions, and it'll be right after the Labor Day weekend. Everybody's coming back from summer vacation, recess, and it's just before two main things. The Judge Mershon sentencing hearing, and which will basically cause that to flop. And then number two, it's before early voting starts. And the last thing, if I may say, that mother of all Twitter files released in September, please,
Yeah.
will motivate America to demand that their state legislatures hold a vote on November 5th, 2024, to allocate their presidential and vice presidential electors by the state legislature as per Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, which will make sure that then avoids any illegals from voting, any retail, wholesale fraud, digital manipulation fraud, software fraud, foreign interference, illegals voting. I said that twice. Basically, it stops all forms of illegal shenanigans in the upcoming election when we compel the state legislatures across the 50 states to hold a roll call vote in the form of what we saw when they vote for Speaker of the House. They stand up and vote, and on live TV, one day, in person, voice vote, not even hand counted, seen live on TV. And we know who's a registered Democrat and a registered Republican when a state legislative body votes. And as that's on live TV, as that's live streamed on X, do you think that a Republican is going to vote for someone other than the Republican nominee?
That's what I don't understand. I both would.
I think when you put them out on blast publicly, they will have to vote for the Republican nominee so that they don't face the wrath of their constituents at the state legislative level. And if everyone votes by political party registration, then guess who secures more than 270 electoral votes? The Republican nominee, because there's a majority Republican state legislatures throughout the country right now when you allocate those electors. That's how we solve everything.
Someone's asking, will the tribunals be broadcast on TV? People want to see it.
I would love to see, in the interest of transparency, Elon, I think that would be appropriate. And X should be one of those platforms. Rumble should be one of those platforms. Once the live stream capability happens on Truth, when we have that capability, Telegram, Gab, if they would increase their capability for live streaming. I mean, we could live stream it everywhere.
Getter, yeah.
Getter,
Very
yeah,
true.
thank you.
Yeah. That's
all I have.
Okay. Well, I would like to ask you if this is one area that we haven't really covered yet, and there are a lot of people that are need to be educated about it because Americans just don't believe it, and that is this child trafficking. Now, I have information in front of me just to read off how many children are missing in every country. Okay.
Yeah. So before we go into too deep on this,
okay.
I do have a hard stop, and I don't mean to avoid this subject, but the subject matter expert on this subject is one of the board members on America's Future. I also sit on that board as of recently. So Mary Flynn is the executive director, and then one of the board members, Laura Logan.
Oh, Laura Logan. Okay.
If you want to speak with her, I'd be happy to make the connection to see if she's available to discuss this topic. But they just did there was just a hearing 2 days ago, which I attended, in the Senate, where I believe 6, maybe 7 members of the Senate listened to whistleblowers within the Department of Homeland Security showcasing how child trafficking is basically being supported and fomented by our own government.
That's what I mean.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yes.
And then there was a press conference afterwards that was done at the National Press Club. And again, I am not the subject matter on this particular topic. I would refer you to Laura Logan, who's an amazing investigative journalist of the highest order. And her work is unmatched, unparalleled. And on this particular issue, she is definitely the one to speak with.
I would love to have you make that connection, because I would love to have her on. Because when I look at the list of children that go missing, and you compare it from one country to the next, the United States is way, way, way far ahead of everybody else. I mean, we're talking
It's
800,000.
Unfortunate is not the right word. It is absolutely disgusting, the level of corruption our government is involved in. That is yet another separate crime. A lot of people ask me about that, and why aren't people that are involved in that on my deep state target list? It's because my list would be in, I wouldn't have enough time to add people. My focus is specifically on those that committed treason that had national impact. While this is impact on families, on children of the highest order, it doesn't reach the threshold of a absolute, like, infrastructural destruction of our constitutional order. That's where I kind of draw the line. Okay. And I'm glad we have people that, like Laura Logan, like America's Future, I mean, and many others that are out there making sure that we expose this and stop it from occurring, the child trafficking. I absolutely support it.
There's just way too much complicitness among law enforcement and our politicians and so on, that it's very disturbing just to even think. Because after, I know more than I'd like to know about what they do and to these children, and I just want to take them out myself, but I can't. But anyway, it's just so horrific what they do. So I will definitely try to get a hold of Laura.
All right.
About that.
Well, thank you for having me on. I appreciate you. Hopefully, folks will take a look, more detail of the hit pieces, and as you read through them, keep in mind that the people that made the hit pieces on me are the ones on my list, because they're squirming. Whether it's Jamie Raskin, whether it's Julie Farnham, whether it's Alexander Vindman, the traitor that concocted that first impeachment hoax with his whistleblower buddy Eric Ciaramella, these are all the same individuals. They're trying to use their media allies, quote, media allies, to come after me, to discredit me, all in the name of protecting themselves. Well, the cat's out of the bag, folks. You're only helping amplify my message, and so I got to tell them thank you. Keep the attack pieces coming. And more people will do their critical thinking and listen.
Every
to both
knock
sides.
is a boost. Every
and
knock is a
other
boost.
Side. Yeah.
And that will get the information out there. And that's what we need, more of that kind of thing. Right on target. So thank you so much for being here. Please read what I sent to you in the private chat. I know you're very busy, but I just like you to know about it. But anyway,
thank you.
At some point, I don't know if we could do a future one. I wanted you to define the difference between
a man and a woman. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. No, that wasn't it. The constitutional republic versus the corporate constitution, and how it impacts people, as well as Chevron deference. So maybe at another time we could do something like that.
Yeah, let's coordinate that offline. Thank you. All right, have a good one.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you. Hope you enjoy this. Please support the program. Please like, share, get this information out there. Send it around to everybody you know. This is the problem. The American public needs to be educated. You are, by watching this show. So share it. Share. And they do shadow ban me. So it's important that you share this. Okay? And this man is on top of it. And let's get behind him and help him out. So thank you so much. And we'll see you again soon. I think I have Jenny Lee next week on Tuesday, And I don't remember the rest of my schedule, but anyway, keep watching. It all goes live, and stay in the light, shine your light, and share this information. It's critical. Our time is short. Save the human race. And with that being said, I'll see you next time.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way.
The Liberty Super Patch is a breakthrough in human wellness. It is the world's only product that instantly improves a person's balance, stability, and strength. Recent studies show that users see 30% improvements in balance and stability, and almost 20% in power and strength. This is important because balance and strength are the two leading biomarkers for longevity. Leading global studies indicate that the better an adult's balance stability and grip strength are, the greater their vitality and longevity. Let me say that again. If a person has better balance, stability, and grip strength, they'll live longer and healthier. The Liberty Patch is like the fountain of youth and instantly reduces the user's biological age. Comparatively, there isn't a product or supplement or drug or therapy that can do that instantly. Other benefits include more energy, better recovery, and reduced fall risk. So what's the secret to the Liberty Super Patch? Every Super Patch has ridges stimulating the skin and creating sensations that optimize the brain-body connection. The ridges are like braille for the brain. It's the SuperPatch VTT technology. Just imagine that, a completely drug-free product that helps people live longer, healthier with more vitality and energy. The Liberty Patch is 100% drug and ingredient-free, FDA registered, and made here in the USA.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And I have a wonderful guest today who's going to talk to us about a new breakthrough product that is very interesting, and I think you will find it very interesting as well. His name is Tere Camp, and I would like to read a little bit about him before I bring him on, if you don't mind, because I know I've never had him on before. And he has a very interesting background. Of course, he is a husband, father, grandfather. He's also a pastor, an international trainer, public speaker, multi-million-dollar earner in direct selling industry, and author of Network King, Biblical Principles on How and Why to Build Your Network. Tere is married to his wife now for 31 years, has 3 daughters and 2 grandchildren, lives in Henderson, Nevada. He's been involved in the ministry for 11 years as an elder and a pastor, currently serves as staff pastor at the Well Church in Henderson, Nevada. Due to his success in direct selling industry, Tere has spoken on stages around the globe, teaching people how to overcome real issues that hold people back, specifically in the area of self-limiting beliefs, wrong thinking, and habits that don't serve people well. He has impacted audiences from 25 people to 25,000 people at various events. While being around direct selling industry for 53 years, roughly 23 of those years were spent working to build a successful business. Many of those years did not look like success. After realizing that his self-limiting beliefs were a part of the problem, he turned to God for answers. This allowed Tere to finally understand how to succeed at a higher level in life. Because of his experience with both success and failure, he was led to write the book Network King, Biblical Principles on How and Why to Build Your Network. Thousands of people have garnered greater understanding as to how to go about building a people-oriented business. Tere is actively involved in mentoring and developing leaders all over the world. His passion is helping people become all God created them to be. Walking others with their belief issues and leadership lids fuels him. So with that being said, let me bring Tere on. Welcome to the show, Tere.
Thank you so much, Gail. Great to be here. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, I'm delighted and honored. So thank you. We have a very exciting product, I think, that I hate to just go right to the product or the company, but why don't you got the whole background and history, and I'd just like to have you take the floor for a bit here and tell us all about it.
You bet. Awesome. Thank you so much. Again, thanks for having me on. Yeah, so just back to the start, 6,000 years. No, we won't go back that far. So like you had read there, I've been around the direct selling industry for 53 years. I watched my parents join a company back when I was 8 years old. They did a lot of work for a lot of years, didn't make a ton of money, but had then started to have some success. implanted in me at that time was the idea, the picture of working for myself. Even though I went and got job after job after job,
Mhm.
it was something that was planted inside that said, I can do something on my own. It took me a long time, probably it took 40 years to finally get to the point from watching that to the time I was able to finally leave the employee realm and translate into an entrepreneur. It just took a long time because I had a lot of those self-limiting beliefs that you read about, things that held me back. And,
yes.
And so I was looking for something. I just didn't know what it was, and tried some different things, crashed and burned pretty badly. But through that, it taught me that, so everybody fails. It's not about whether you fail or succeed. Everybody fails. It's about when you get knocked down, do you stand back up again? And the person that ultimately fails is the one that gets knocked down and does not stand back up. And so, so through all of that, ups and downs, we finally came across a business about 15, 16, 17 years ago. It was based in travel, vacations. I loved it. Traveled 130 days a year, made a really heavy six-figure income, trained all over the world, made friends all over the world. It was awesome until 2020.
Yeah, gee, that happened to a lot of
Yeah, and if there was a business you didn't want to be in 2020, it was travel.
That's for sure. Yeah, really.
There went that. And so so we had to retool, and really I started looking at other things like how to create income, because there I am at that time, it was 57, 58 years old, trying to think, okay, this wasn't what I expected my life to be. And everybody
I can relate.
Yeah, exactly right. Everybody do things, and it challenged us. It caused us to really evaluate what am I going to do? Why do I do what I do? And one of the things I realized, I love to have purpose. I think everybody needs to have purpose. God wired us for purpose, on purpose.
Yes.
And when we don't have that, if it's all about I've got to make money to pay my bills, that's not that devolves into nothing good.
And it stifles creativity.
Oh,
as
for
well.
sure. Great point. Great point. And so, but that was where I was at, because, not getting paid for a couple of years, fortunately, we did right things with our money. We were able to survive for, a period of time. But then I was like, okay, I've got to do something to make money. Not that that's bad. It's just a reality in our world. And so I love, though, being able to create a residual income so that I get to do what I'm passionate about, not because I'm going to get paid to do it, but just because I'm passionate about it. And
that's exactly where I'm at with this and with this kind of thing, because I love to do shows.
Perfect. And you bring value to people doing that. So if you could do that and not have the financial burden hanging over your head, like everybody, it's a different come from for people when that happens. And so for me, that is ministry. That's the whole ministry piece of my life. I like to do that. I love to do that. I'm called to do that. But I don't want to do that for money, to be honest with you. And I'd prefer to build something outside. Paul, the Apostle Paul, was a tent maker. He did everything with his hands so that he paid for his own way, so that he wouldn't be a burden to anybody. And that's the way I approach it. And so about 22 months ago, through this whole process, I've learned of a company that was launching. And, we had just been all kinds of transition by that time. But I said yes. Long story short, it was a company that had a marketplace of various products. But that led us about 8 weeks ago, almost 8 weeks ago today, to a product that literally God just dropped in our lap. Literally.
That's happening to a lot of people now, in the right people, I think, and with different things, different technologies, so to speak. So this is interesting. Keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So we got this, and honestly, and as we talk through this, I'm just going to let everybody know, when I first heard it, my first thought was, come on, that's not real. And then we started to get more information. We started to understand about the history of it and where it came from and how it came about. And then I was like, wow, this is real? If this is real, if this is real, millions of people will want this, millions. And long story short, over the last several weeks, we've realized what we have our hands on is way bigger than any of us ever expected, ever. And and part of that is the response that we've gotten. Where are we today? The 21st. And we're not 7 days into our pre-order where we launched this to the world for the very first time. It's never even existed in the history of the world. And so we're the ones that are bringing it to the market. And the response has been amazing, really amazing, because it goes to a handful of things. Number one, a lot of people in our world, health is a big issue, particularly additional weight that people don't want. How about if I say it that way?
Oh, yeah.
And that, as we were talking, that ranges from, I'm 61, so there's a lot of folks my age that carry additional weight, but even young kids today in our world. The food, we were talking about the food sources and what's going into the food.
I think when we were young, we had better quality food than what's out there now, and it's showing in the children.
For sure. And all the activity that we had, go out and play, go out and play, go out and play.
Yeah, instead of sitting in front of a phone or iPad or whatever it
Yes.
happens to be.
Yeah.
That's been a...
So we have a whole lot of people that deal with health challenges because of weight. This happens to be 100% natural, one ingredient that was extracted from the hops plant, but this particular ingredient had never existed until 5 years ago, by itself, I mean. And the company, our partner in all of this, they had to create a name for it because it had never existed. And so we do all the packaging, we do all the delivery to the market and all those things. That's what we control and own and all of that. And it just became a match made in heaven. And so when you look at the health issues and the financial issues that people are going through today, if you're not making $1,100 more per month than you were 18 months ago, you have fallen behind because of inflation. And these are real things that are affecting people. And there's 73% of the population is not paying their bills every month, 73%. And the amount of credit card debt amongst baby boomers is as high as it's ever been because the baby boomers are using their credit cards to pay bills and things like that. It is not a good situation.
Yeah.
So when we start to look around at what kind of opportunities there are, a lot of people move to gig work, Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, all these different things that people try to do, but they realize it just takes a lot of time without a lot of pay. This becomes a phenomenal, phenomenal opportunity. We get to help people with their health. It's a very unique product that has never been seen before. We have zero competition, zero. And it's sexy, it's fun, it's simple. The delivery method works really well. And so we're really excited about it because people just look at it and go, I want that.
Tell us about the original, when it was originally discovered and that story, because that's pretty interesting. Why, if it's been around for 50 years, why hasn't it been,
Well, what happened back in the 1950s, a company actually figured out how to extract this particular isolate. However, this is back in the 50s. To do that, to create 1 gallon, cost $1 million worth of processing. So at that point, they said, forget this, it's not worth it. Even though the testing they did at 7% efficacy at that time, even though they did the testing, it looked very promising for fat loss. And I want to be sure about this. This is not weight loss. This is fat loss. Big difference.
Yes, there is. And I can address that as a nutritionist because most diets, low calorie, would otherwise result in lean body mass loss as well as fat loss. And this targets the fat,
correct,
which is what everybody's after in the first place. So go ahead and explain that. I just
so specifically, and just on that topic, if somebody loses 20 pounds of overall weight, which includes lean body mass and fat, that is the mass of that will be different than if they lose 20 pounds of fat. Because fat weighs less than muscle. So if you're losing 20 pounds of fat, the mass that you're reducing is greater than total weight loss. It's really important that people understand this. So with that, here's the answer. Your clothes are going to fit like you want them to when you lose fat. That's what people are after.
It's that visceral fat, but
visceral and subcutaneous fat.
Annoying little.
That's
love handles, they call them. No, they're not.
That's right. I joke around all the time. It used to be in my chest and my latissimus dorsi. Now it just hangs around my waist. So this company did this, but they found it was cost prohibitive, but it looked promising. So 10 years ago, when our company ultimately was tasked with finding a pharmaceutical drug, and there are many out there for weight loss. Yeah. None are good. Lots of side effects.
Yeah.
Horrible
There's
side effects.
No lasting anything.
Exactly. And then you have the bounce back. So they were tasked with, so they started down that path, but in conjunction, they also looked at this particular, they knew of the research. So they took that research up, and actually this comes out of the hops plant, the hops flower. And they were able to extract this one isolate. Now you can go online and see all kinds of different hops, and they talk about all kinds of things. This is not that. This is a specific isolate that comes out of it. And that's why I said it's never existed before in and of itself as a standalone. So they started going both directions. They finally figured out a process to extract this one isolate. And by doing that, they patented the process. Then they started doing their clinical trials. And on those clinical trials, they did 5 years. Now they do clinical trials all the time because they are a pharmaceutical manufacturer. So they did the same thing, ran the same tests, 200 people in a study with a placebo and all the different things. And what they found is that from a fat loss standpoint, this rivaled some of the weight loss drugs that people are taking, prescription weight loss drugs. And this is, again, 100% natural, vegan, gluten-free, odorless, tasteless, colorless liquid that you can put in any beverage, including alcohol. And as it turns out, by doing that, you can reduce fat. Now,
and it's not speed.
What do you mean, like the drug speed, or
drug speed? I mean, it doesn't, race your metabolism to burn more calories that way. That's what I'm getting at.
You can give this to a 2-year-old. It's literally there. It's nothing. You can give it to a pet. We're going to start testing it. One of our friends has a 27-pound cat. We said, bro, that cat needs fix.
Well, that should be an interesting experience.
So through that process, they realized they had this amazing product, but they needed a delivery system. And so the two companies combined, we partnered up on this, and we bring a package that only 3 companies in the whole country can even do. We have 4 of those machines up at our facility in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Each one costs $1 million. And then there are 2 other machines that even do that kind of packaging in the US. So we have a very, very unique situation, a great head start on anybody else who ever might try to do this. And again, we just brought this to the market, and people are they're now waiting with bated breath to get this. And I have a couple of friends. I've been taking it for about 5 days now, and I'm a pretty lean guy. I don't have a lot of that belly fat, but I do have some, and I'm want to give it a full month. The 2 gentlemen that I know, good friends of mine, people you've seen on there, Jim and Byron, they've both been, as of today, today's Friday, as of today, they've both been 3 weeks on it, and both of them have dropped, one dropped 7, one dropped 8 pounds in the 3 weeks. Did nothing else, no exercise plan, no nothing, didn't change a diet, didn't do anything. This, to me, if people could drop 1 to 2 pounds a week of fat.
That's the ideal weight loss. And I should call it fat loss. Fat loss, because you don't want just weight loss, because that involves muscle tissue as well.
Right.
But how did you determine that it was, how did the scientists determine that it's somehow stimulating the brown fat? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, they use CT scans and MRI. And at the end of the day, what they learned through this scientific process is that the same brown adipose tissue that shivering stimulates. When somebody shivers, and there's a lot of entities out in the world today that are doing cold plunge. It's basically an ice. Jump in that ice bath. It'll be great for you. They
got a deep freeze here for people here.
And what the point of those is they want people to shiver. Now, why is that? Because 2 things. Shivering will burn 400 calories per hour. There are few activities that burn that kind of calorie. 400 calories per hour. It's an involuntary response that your body does to.
It just takes over. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's trying to save your life. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
And so it creates heat. But here's the deal. Shivering, when somebody shivers, it's pulling specifically from the visceral fat. That's the key in all of this. Because you can go to the gym, and a lot of people don't know this. I've been around the gym for 41 years of my life, and I never sweat at the gym. And there's a reason for that. I keep my heart in the fat burning zone. So I don't necessarily have to sweat because I'm not trying to do that. But when I'm there and the exercise that I do, I'm always pulling from my fat stores. So it keeps the fat very low. And you can see that in almost every gym in America or around the globe. Everybody looks about the same. And then there's 10% of the people that look different than everybody else. And it's because of diet and what they understand about their physiology. And so when you can target and pull energy specifically from the visceral fat or even the subcutaneous fat, when you can do that, it's a home run. This is a whole different game because you're going to lose the weight you want lost, i.e. fat. And so what they were able to determine through the process that they used is that this particular isolate between the brain and the gut connection, it elicits that same response by the body to start to go after and burn the visceral fat at a faster rate. It's just like shivering. So, except you don't shiver. So that is, to me, is just tremendous because people are going to get the results that they're ultimately after.
Well, maybe it would help if you would define visceral fat to people.
So you have fat around your organs, and you have fat around everybody's built differently. Let's just start there. So you have subcutaneous fat, you have visceral fat. And there's different amounts. So if somebody's taking in a high fat diet, don't exercise very often, you're starting to build up fat around your organs. This can be a very big health problem. And you don't want that. God put some fat there, but not the kind of fat that people have today. And so if you can start to reduce that, it reduces overall size as well. And this particular isolate will work well with the visceral fat that's built up around that and the subcutaneous fat as well that people tend to see hanging in areas that we don't want that. And we don't want
yeah. In fact, they show that on one of their little clips, don't they?
Right, right. So that's so all of these things combined, and then when you see how it's delivered and how fun it is, and I got a short video I can play that kind of explains that and gives a good picture of how this works.
Yeah, please do. That would be great.
Worth 1,000 words. So
yeah.
Let me go here and let me share my screen here and see if I can figure this out. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, let me just do this and get this full screen. There we go. All right. All right. Come on.
I think you can make it even big. There you go.
Yeah. All right. Can you see that okay?
Yes. Let me take the let me take the overlay down.
All right. This will take about 1 minute and then we'll be back. I like that. Every day was a cheat day. There it is. So what we refer to this, fix your drink. And we have the pH in there because we have elevated the pH of this particular liquid. And typically it's around 3. We've got it up to about 7 or 8 on the pH, so it's even healthier for people.
Oh,
And
that's awesome. I didn't know that part.
yeah, we haven't mentioned that yet, but that's what the pH is. So your listeners just got a little understanding.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes.
Well, Dr. Young would even like that.
And so we're talking about burning fat smarter, not harder. That's ultimately what this comes down to, everybody. We take that little snap that you saw and squirt that in a beverage, any kind of beverage. And I've already mentioned this, 100% natural, gluten-free, vegan. There are 0 side effects, people. 0 side effects to this. None. Like I said, you can give it to a 2-year-old. No problem.
Wow.
And it works with any kind of drink. It just happens to work better when combined with alcohol. So we won't get into that on this particular podcast, but just understand, it's the first weight loss product ever in the history of the world that can be combined with alcohol and actually work better. One snap will last up to 9 hours. 9 hours. It will give that boosted metabolism effect for the fat up to 9 hours. So if you take 1 a day, 2 a day, up to you. And literally, it's this simple. That little snap, we just squirt that into a cup of coffee, orange juice, iced tea over lunch, soda, water. It doesn't matter. Any liquid you can put this in. It just so happens to work better when you put it in scotch or whiskey, a mojito, shots, red wine, white wine, or beer. And you can just imagine when people see that happen right there on social media, at a bar, at a restaurant, whatever, people are curious because nobody ever puts anything in an alcoholic beverage. And
that's true.
Yeah, at least not on purpose. Like there's
yeah,
that stuff people do, but you can just imagine right here, this on social media, transformation in a snap, body transformation in a snap. And so this is what we're talking about. And so social media will love this as we go loud on social next month. And I know you had your link up there, and I'll stop with this. But if somebody wanted to get any of this product, guys, you can get back with Gail. She has some other partners that are working with her that she can connect you with as well. But you can get after this. We're going to have it available for customers next month. I'll show you what that looks like. If somebody wanted to get this at the wholesale price, it's $29.99 for the year to get access as a wholesale buyer. And then it's $199.95 for a 72 snap pack. We also have a travel platform, not talking about that today. So just assume $200 plus, and then you can get that on a monthly basis as well. But we sell these in 30 snap kits for on a month. People use them 1 time a day. Some will use it twice a day. It's up to each person, what they're looking like in their life and the goals they have. And then next month, we're going to be launching the Weekender Fix Pack. It's for people to try. It's a sample pack. The Weekender Fix Pack. We got the Holiday Fix Pack, Game Day Fix Pack, Happy Hour Fix Pack. I mean, this goes on and on. And so literally people can try
Turn down the weight gain times by having a little counterattack.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing how this.
Yeah. So this is ultimately what we are up to, and we're really excited about it. I'm not sure how to stop sharing now. There it is, right there. So so that is a big high-level overview of what it is we have available, gang, and we are really, really excited about this because it solves a problem that a lot of people all over the globe have. Right now, we operate in 24 different countries around the globe. We have warehousing in Asia, 2 locations in Africa, Europe, Australia, and the US. And ultimately, we want to have distribution in all 200 countries and territories around the globe. And we'll do that over the next couple of years. So really excited about this.
You haven't launched this anywhere at this point in time then? Is that
the US and Canada can get it right now. And we just got to get the licensing done. But it's one ingredient. That's it.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. No preservatives, no additives, no nothing. And the reason that snap that you're looking at, the technology in that allows any liquid without any additives or preservatives to last up years. So this is why this is such a unique package. And we're able to do some things.
The little snap thing.
Yeah. Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. Carry those with you. We're going on a cruise in October, Gail, and I'm going to be passing those things out like candy because the average cruiser gains 7 to 10 pounds on their cruise. So
that's probably about what over the holidays too. That's a great time for
that's holiday fix back, stocking stuffers. You got it.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, I would like to open up. I don't know if there's anybody in the audience that has any questions, but I'm sure if there is, feel free to ask. But it doesn't seem to be much going on in that regard at this time. But that being said, was there anything? So if people go to this particular link,
yep,
they will
they'll be
register.
Able to, yep, they'll be able to become a wholesale buyer at that point and get the pack and try it for themselves. And so it's just it's cutting edge. I was going to say technology. I guess the packaging is the element itself is the technology of even extracting that particular isolate is cutting edge and it's patented. So we have a head start on everybody else for years, and if they can even figure out another way to do it. So if in fact people wanted to participate and share this with other people, there's a very good financial benefit to that as well. And if you care for me to talk about that, I can. I don't have to, but the people should know that this is a great way to create some additional income while helping a whole lot of people.
Yeah, you can talk about that a little bit more if you like.
So big picture. As we share this with people and people begin to join from all over the world, not just the people you share it with, but people that other people share it with. And that goes on to infinite levels. And in essence, we have a 2-team system. I won't get into that, but it's about a 10% commission when you strip it all away based on purchases from all over the globe. Now, one of the great things is we've had social media influencers already join. And one gal in particular, 65,000 followers, she did one short video about this, the hops plant and the connection to fat loss. 150,000 views in 4 days and 7,000 messages into her about how to get this. And so social media can be a phenomenal thing for this particular product. And about let's say every 200 people that have joined, you're going to have $1,000 a month income, and another 200 is another 1,000, and it just keeps going. And so, but that's not you, that's everybody all over that are buying this particular product. It's a phenomenal opportunity for people. And our world, because of the financial situation that people are in, the health situation, social media works really, really well with this product. 21-year-olds love it, 87-year-olds love it, and every age in between. We cover every demographic, male, female. Everybody has their own reasons for liking this. The young males that don't have the subcutaneous fat, they want the money. The young ladies don't want to gain weight while they're out celebrating life.
Different reasons.
Age, in the 50s and 60s, your body changes and people, they dislike it. 2 thumbs down. And this takes care of that situation that a lot of people are having. And so, and then from a health standpoint, having less, fat is a great thing, just cardiovascularly.
Yeah.
And for a heart, all the heart issues that are out there. So this wins on all levels, people.
There is an ad. Someone is asking, Walla Beauty Brand by Gia7 is asking, is there an age range for this product? We covered that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, you can. You don't have to give it to a 2-year-old, but you can. It's safe for them. It's one ingredient and it is natural, and there are 0 side effects. So literally from children, let's call it 5-year-olds to 90-year-olds, anybody can take it.
Okay, she's got a couple of questions, so let me put the other ones up there.
Okay.
She says, until you reach or see physical results, is it immediate or long term?
Yeah, I think the best way to look at this is long term. This is my opinion, but I've watched 2 of my very good friends drop 7 pounds in 3 weeks. Now they did nothing. I want to be really clear. 0 exercise. These 2 guys didn't change anything. They don't diet. They're not dieter types. And so dropping the 7 pounds is a big deal. Now, everybody's got different body types. Some people have a lot of fat to lose, some don't. So as we've talked through this and talked to some of the doctors, the best way to look at this is 1 to 2 pounds of fat loss per week. And that's, depending if somebody uses 1 snap a day or 2, it's going to go faster if they use 2 a day. My plan, just to be honest with you, is to use a snap in the morning and a snap in the evening. So I'm going to put some in coffee in the morning and my red wine at night. My wife and I have our Cabernet Sauvignon, and
that's the one I like.
Okay. But then along with it, I have peanut butter and crackers and cheese and celery, and I do that almost every night. And then I go to bed, and what I've realized is that stuff's just collecting as fat on my body because the alcohol shuts down the metabolism of food. When you take in alcohol, you take in acetaldehyde. It's a poison. It will kill you if you get enough of it. That's why when you get enough alcohol, you pass out. Your body, it's like, stop. And so acetaldehyde needs to be converted to acetate. And so the body abandons the metabolizing of food and goes solely to convert the acetaldehyde into acetate, which is safe. Then it goes back to metabolizing any calories that have come in. The problem is when the body abandons the metabolizing of the food or any calories, whether it's drinks, it all gets stored as fat. White adipose tissue, that visceral, the fat that we don't want, that's what it does. So this product keeps the metabolizing of food going, even though you're taking in alcohol. So this is just a huge revelation to a lot of people, as from myself and probably everybody else. I always thought that when people consume more alcohol, they gain weight because of the alcohol. That is not accurate. They gain weight because the body doesn't metabolize any calories and stores them as fat, and that's why people gain weight. So now we have a product that literally people can still celebrate life, have a great time. 1 squirt, not in every drink. It lasts up to 9.5 hours. Great. You can use that and just have a great time and not have the guilt. So I'm going to use a snap in the morning, snap at night for 30 days. And assuming I've hit the goal that I have, I'll then move to once a day and just monitor that. That's the way I'm going to do it. And so if somebody could lose, let's say, 1 pound a week, doesn't sound like much, but if you did that without changing anything else except put a squirt in a beverage once a day, if you could literally do that.
That would be awesome, because that's what dietitians or nutritionists always used to, to only lose that amount, because in the process you were making better improvements in your diet.
Exactly.
But
So
one of the things,
you might be able to get
people
rid of the
gain
word
weight
alcohol.
back? Do people gain weight back if they stop using it? That would be a question.
It probably depends on their habits, what they do. But the beauty of this is it's very simple. That's one of the things that's so key about it. It's just simple. And
that always helps a lot. So she has another question for us here.
All right.
While we go, and that is, can you get off your diabetic medication and just be on this to help? Well, we can't give medical advice.
Yeah, I can't make claims, but I can say this: people who weigh less, who lose fat, tend to be able to help their blood sugar as well, and that's a big deal when it comes to diabetes.
Yeah, I would have to. I'll back you up on that from what I know. She just asked the same thing I did. Do you gain any weight when you stop the snap? It does depend what you're eating and what you're doing. And
keep in mind, we just launched it. Well, no, we pre-ordered. People pre-ordered. There are 3 of us that have the actual product. I guess I just ran out this morning after a week. And so the other 2 gentlemen have had it for 3 weeks, and I know their results. And so literally that's what we've got. And then the clinical trials, which showed 2.79 cubic centimeters of fat loss, people doing nothing else, putting 1 snap a day in and doing no dieting, no nothing. And so 2.79 cubic centimeters of fat loss over a several week period. And so if people just did this, for me, 90 days, I think is the best option to test it.
I agree 100% on that one. That's what I used to tell people too. Anything that you're going to do, that's a reasonable amount of time. Okay, that other question I had we had a troublemaker in the audience there for a minute.
Yeah.
I blocked him.
Yeah.
So, all right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I know that the fat.
we're excited because this product helps so many people, and there's a lot of benefit to it in a lot of different areas. And again, brand new. Some people might say they need to wait and want to see what happens. Great, totally awesome. Some might want to be in early and check it out.
Well, definitely, and that's the only. This is something that I have signed up with before I've had the chance to try it, because I believe what you're saying, and I know about brown fat, and if that's being stimulated, that is awesome.
Yeah.
So I'm anxious to try it myself, and I'll do a show when I do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. One other thing, Gail, very important. This does not increase the heart rate. Okay, so you don't get any heart palpitations. If people have issues with the, if they've had heart issues in the past or pacemakers, it doesn't affect any of that.
Okay, we have some unusual comments that I'm not going to deal with.
Yep.
Sorry, you're going on the block list. Oh, shit. I don't know what's going on here now. But anyway, it's saying reload. Oh, okay. They had to reload the chat because I've got a couple of
I see.
problem people there. So anyway, I don't want that to be the focus at the end of the show here. It's annoying. Somebody else trying to say something to you. Oh my gosh. Well, that looks like it might be. I need a moderator. I don't have one at the present time. And I don't appreciate people that come in and do that and say things like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right. Please leave. Okay. I think it's gone now, I hope. Anyway, they're blocked from Restream, so they won't be able to come back on here. So anyway, that being said, the fix is in.
Hey!
And I'm looking forward. Yeah. Who likes that pudgy fat anyway? That's that yucky looking fat. That, anyway, I'm anxious to try the product. I'm looking forward to getting it. And I'm hoping that more of my audience gets to see this. I don't know if the timing of it doesn't seem like my usual crowd is there. But that being said, I guess if you have any other closing remarks or anything else we need to say, just
good. A couple of weeks, you'll have the product, and you'll have, and then it's a whole different ball game. And I'm sure I'd love to be back on after you've tried this for 2 or 3 weeks and see what the results are.
Definitely. Does it have any effect on appetite? Now that's a question I meant to ask.
Not that I know of. No one's said anything. That doesn't in any of the trials. There's been no comments from our the formulator.
And the other thing I meant to ask too before we go is, do we have any testimonials from people other than the people you mentioned?
The two guys that, like I said, that I know that have tried it. For me, I've been on it, like I said, handful of days, and I was down a pound. For me, that's not much. I don't have much fat to lose, so that's why I want to give it. And I just had a little tester bottle, but I don't even know if I was taking enough. So once we get the product, which will be, where are we today? About 2 weeks from right now, we'll start giving it a real test.
So I just thought of something else. I'm sorry to do this, but like if you were a, say a bar or something of that nature, and you wanted to be able to offer this to your clients or even a gym for that matter.
Yep.
Is that possible?
100%. Yep. We already have winery owners that are in because they want it in their winery, bars, gyms, restaurants already happening. Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Tere. And I'm so anxious to get this product and to try it. And I hope there are people out there that feel the same way because it's exciting.
Amen.
Nice
Looking forward to it.
All righty then. Well, thank you. And you have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, whatever time it is there, wherever you are. Anyway, thank you. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
it's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show